Womp. Sorry about that. As soon as I unmute mic, cough bubbles up. I think I have the ant situation under control. There really is nothing up here but scouter ants. Just a whole lot of scouter ants desperate to find anything. But I found where they come from. And using what I've learned about animal behavioral ecology, I took some cinnamon rolls and left like bits and pieces outside at about where they come out from the ground. And I think that's gonna work. What they're gonna do is they are going to spend more of their caloric budget getting all that food, that sweet stuff right outside their hole, and withdraw everybody else from here. It's what worked that last summer that I played Sun in the Skies in like 2019 or so. They came to me for my tea honey. So I left them honey, and they left me alone. But anyway, Sun in the Skies today, because it's a Friday. Can't really start things on a Friday and then take the weekend off. Level 11. Got my new engine. 12 crew. And named the 5 extra to accommodate the engine in the engine. Maybe I'll go ahead and actually continue the Truth Ambition, since I was mostly taking a couple of days to grind out cash. One day failing to grind out cash, the other day successfully grinding out cash. Currently, hours for the Ringmaster, hours for Ledbetter. That's off here, then up there. So yeah, it's been a year. What is it? 25th of June. It's been over a year since I've been sailing the skies. Ever since Captain Amelia Whitaker died, returning from the Blue Kingdom. And I haven't even informed my captains, not my captains, the other captains in the pub, that my own friend went missing. The seasoned captains, a plucky baroness, the bedeviled didact, the masked citizen, and spatchcocker Meg had been assisting the earnest mariner with her investigations into the fate of the stars. But your friend has disappeared, and a mysterious fire claimed her lodgings and research. Your attempt to find her has reached a dead end. By continuing her research, you might learn what happened. Alas, this mystery is not the only demand upon your time. Was true, but we went ahead and took that whole year's time to get back into place. Inform the captains that you'll be taking your friend's place after her year of disappearance. Their faces darken as you recount your experiences in London, which have been fogged by 6 to 8 months of the skies. Intolerable, the masked citizen says, knuckles white around the stem of her glass. Of course we'll help, Meg grunts. The didact leans forward, his face grim, his narrow face grim. Understand that each of us only has a piece of the puzzle. Our mutual friend insisted upon it. Only she would have the whole, she and now you. Indeed, we have each been pursuing a different strand of investigations as a baroness. Now we'll share them with you. Perhaps you could help us pursue them. Spatchcocker Meg, investigating the fire that follows, the bedeviled didact, investigating the politics of heaven, the masked citizen, investigating the courtesy, and the baroness, investigating how the stars die. Politics of the sun, fire that follows, examination to how the suns die, investigations to the courtesy. The baroness is a two-parter, so we'll start hers. She arranges to meet you at her family home, an elegant townhouse on the edge of New Winchester. Tea, port, and an array of biscuits await you in her drawing room. The Baroness helps herself to all three. Let me bring you up to speed. I've been looking into what it would take to kill a sun. We know 2 local suns have died, that of Albion and that of the Reach. Our dear earnest mariner and I were preparing an autopsy. She acquired a sample of, what would be the term? Post-necrotic celestial tissue? Sun's blood? Anyway, a sample of that from the remains of Albion's sun. That leaves the Reach. She offers you a plate. More biscuits? Why not? They make a change of pace from the awful fungal crackers you have to eat aboard your locomotive. They're good, aren't they? As I was saying, I've ordered some specialized equipment from Portman's house. Unfortunately, they've run into some complications during development. I've put together some material that would help unstick them. She indicates a trunk of papers and components, but I imagine they'll need more if they're to complete it soon enough. Perhaps you could help. Royal Society and talk to the energetic mechanic about the Baroness's equipment. Okay, so who else does... Somebody else needs Albion, don't they? Because there's 4 of them. One goes to the Reach, that's the Baroness. Other one goes to Pan, that's the Masked Citizen. Fire that follows, I think that's Meg. I think that's Meg that goes to Albion, isn't it? The phrase was mentioned in the notes you retrieved from your friend's lodgings. Pretty sure it's a monster, Meg says, wiping her nose on her sleeve. A fire that's a monster. What? No such thing. It's not like we've been to the Blue Kingdom, saw several, and the whole game started with Amelia Whitlock getting attacked by such a thing. Did some asking around. If you want to know about a monster, ask another monster. That's what I've been doing. I've been told it's a living flame. And it burns blue. Sound familiar? You remember that description of the mysterious fire that consumed your friend's lodging? Yeah, our friend was afraid of the fire. She was always a clever girl. Anyway, next on my list for a chat is Mr. Menagerie. He's harmless enough, for a bat-faced aberration, but he don't talk for cheap. 4 caged catches should help replenish his stock. Let me know when you're ready to go. Okay, so Spatchcocker Megas is from Menagerie. Then who's... Citizen is Courtesy. That's a Masked Citizen. Didact. Maybe for Meg, it goes Mr. Menagerie, then go to that one place? I think so, then. I think so. But Mr. Menagerie has to be followed around. He's passing through. I could buy the Intrepid Cavi off him. I'm going to buy the Intrepid Cavi. It costs a searing enigma. We have 2. Look at it. It's a large guinea pig wearing a plumed helmet, dozing in a hutch, sleeping next to an intricate mechanical bat. Mr. Menagerie extends a long finger to prod the dozing guinea pig. Oh, says the Cavi, rubbing sleep from its eye with a front paw. I do beg your pardon. It sits upright to address you. Sir Lionel at your service. Am I to understand you are in need of a valiant scout? If so, I am the very pig. Just point me in the direction, and I will sally forth with my trusty bat. Mr. Menagerie seems somewhat relieved to pass Sir Lionel on, and begins to gather up its things. It's 10 pounds, which is going to add to my fuel consumption. But it's a Cavi. How could I not use a Cavi? That's like a cost. It's an acceptable cost to reduce your fuel consumption to carry the Intrepid Cavi. Mr. Menagerie went to the Regent's Obelisk. Perfect. We're headed there too. What else can we do then? Didact's research is going to be in the Blue Kingdom, and that takes a lot of stuff. Courtesy is Pan. Maybe we'll take him with us for now. The phrase of courtesy appears several times of the scraps he recovered from Feren's old lodgings. The citizen is already immersed in an investigation. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten very far, they confess. Is it a person? An organization? A process? My usual sources are either ignorant or reticent, which is itself informative, of course. I suspect that the courtesy is not merely little known, but actively concealed. A conspiracy. Then what is your next step? We should try our luck at Pan. It is a place where many secrets come to roost, and people there are willing to discuss topics others fear to. Let me know when you're ready to depart. Alright, masked citizen. They are pretty cool, so let's take them. Perhaps we could take to your engine. I'm not universally admired in Pan, and may need to keep my head down. The citizen packs extensively before boarding your engine. No fewer than 4 trunks need to be carried aboard. All vital, I assure you. One of them is coffee. If I have to drink tea for a month, I'll go mad. Anyway, when we arrive at Pan, we should speak to the Cypress King, whoever may be that week. Before they board, the citizen touches your arm. Let me ask you a frank question. Do you think our mutual friend is still alive? To my surprise, I have become entirely fond of her. Yeah, of course. She's an adult, she can take care of herself. The masked citizen nods. She is commendably resourceful. Good. It's always more satisfying to be fighting for something, yes? They board your engine, calling, "To Pan!" at the nearest engineer. The engineer, who possesses a clear understanding of the chain of command, looks to you. You nod. To Pan. And I am entirely fond of that little bit of writing. Okay, so Mr. Menagerie is over. Only 3 fuel. I could risk it. Let me drop 1 food in the bank, because we're only going to the circus for now. Then 1 extra fuel. Palmier and plenty to sell some stuff and to see Mr. Menagerie. Check it. Check out the cabbie. It weeks. Find a diamond at the dark. I would use my full speed ahead, which we do have now, but I'm limited in fuel, so I can't. What'd I pick up? Tea? Sorry, tea. Oh, that took a lot of food. Well, it's a good thing that 0 crates still count as having food. The number only dictates how much surplus supply you have. When it's at 0, you still have however much food is in the bar. And same goes for fuel. Check this out, check this out. The Tisiphone has a movement speed of 125%. So, even if I'm not doing full steam mode, it's still faster. Mr. Menagerie is passing through. Listen to a story of things past. Mr. Menagerie is keen to tell you a tale from his collection, but requires payment first. Charity is a crime, the punishment severe. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the spindle of rock that anchors the surface like a stone, circus like a stone, weighing down an escaping balloon. Once we gathered here. We held our bargains and boasted of our chiefs. Our bands displayed the finest of goods. Our magnanimity was sharp as knives. All knew our worth. Then the light came. They made of our ground sport, a dancing place, a laughing place. They made bargains of their own. And now you do the same, it rasps, in tones of mild reproach. Good to know, Mr. Menagerie. Heading elsewhere soon, and now Mr. Menagerie. The place of apples, where an old regent's ruins lies. That's Port Alon. And here to sell my hours. Give me some extra food to make it to Ledbetter. To better make it to Ledbetter. Got my port report. Two Ledbetters. Ledbetters, then we'll set it off. And then we'll head to... Which should we do? Pan first? I think Pan first. Got plenty of cash now, on top of having the upgraded engine and engine. So we'll head to Pan for the Masked Citizen. And then go to Albion after that to pick up the Bathysphere. Oh, sorry, spoilers. Hey, V's. Multiple V's. I'm gonna pretend that shot was on purpose. Pristine pair of wings. For more cash. %81% chance success. Nah, just get the experience. Honey, I got space for honey. And more bees to fight. Who keeps pulling long, curly black hairs in my water? More XP for me. Also, I was looking through the VOD from yesterday to correct some administrative error I made on the crew manifest. And that bottom bar there and my own webcam take up so much real estate on the screen I hadn't realized. When drawing out this layout, like I had Krita open, and I can see it at this size, but at this size it's a lot different. I hadn't realized that there's all this space for my face alone. And like even on Streamlabs, you can't really full screen on Streamlabs. So you kinda just have to eyeball it. Hours for the Ledbetter, Stainrod Reserve, 3,600 sovereigns. Give me fuel to get to Port Davon. Inquest, got stuff to give you. Wings of a Chorister Bee is well 150. 300 sovereigns. Just for wings. I can hand stuff in indefinitely now. Got port report for the circus, port report for Ledbetters. Engage. The driver's expression is unholy as you order full steam. That's the ticket! What was I talking about? Alright, screen real estate. So... I could probably shrink myself some. And shrink that bottom bar. I've also got to update this layout entirely too, but doing those couple of things could probably devote more screen real estate to the actual game, expand the game some more. The princess. Can't this thing go any faster, Captain? Ah, not like that. It's only plus 25% faster than the default speed of the Symphony. It's not significantly faster. Watch out, Takati. Watch out, Takatees. What does the cool kid say? Threaded the needle? There's a threading. Maybe I do want to devolve Beyond first. It all depends on which faction I choose to side with in Pan. You could choose to side with the revolutionaries in Winter's Reside. Maybe I'll choose it based on what everybody else needs to do with my officers. But then again, we are going to go back and forth anyway. Colony advance. There's fighting going on at the homestead. And all we're doing is picking up ants off the ground. Hey, you know? A clip of Guinea waving his hands in the air. I'm afraid to look, not gonna lie. Get back over here, Monitor. So much of a boost on the Petalor Fast Trader. I was only marginally able to dodge that. And now it hasn't got a chance. No aiming for you. Just waving my hands. You know what? You know what? I've actually got one of those now. Not that. I'm such a sucker for things that loop seamlessly. The way that emote, that Enigma emote, just follows from one side to the next. Benefactor or Gossip? How much Gossip do I have? 10? I'll take more Gossip. I've only got 10. 3 Gossip out of that. But yeah, waving my arms because there's a lot of empty screen here that I'm taking up, so I could definitely optimize my screen real estate a bit better. Mr. Menagerie. Give us more stories, Mr. Menagerie. Mr. Menagerie gestures to the ruins that loom over the port, like the Sphinx outside Thebes. We were in service here, long ago. A bargain struck with the old king of the woods. We served at table, procured deliciousness, watched, witnessed, feared. Freedom is better. Freedom is better, it repeats, its tones of mild admonishment. And Mr. Menagerie, where to next? Because if we want Spatchcock or Meg, we gotta finish all your stories first. To your house of invention near the Orms World, which is a Royal Academy. Quiet day, give me that fuel. Oh, that's not fuel, that's repairs. Dummy guinea. You know, the game only saves when you enter and leave port, so I could just Alt F4 out and redo that. But I'll stick with my decision. Fuel is cheap anyway. Still waiting. Oh, I got the Bronzewood. Oh, that's right, I do. I picked one up from Hewing. Forgot all about that. 2 more Bronzewood. Okay, officers. So who's got what? Princess wants Pan. You want Pan. You want here, but a lot of materials too. Corruptorous Hoarder, do you know Mr. Menagerie? Silence. The kind, not unlike a man, trying to recall a favorite meal, overtakes the Corruptorous Hoarder for an interval. At last it brightens. It sells delicious things. I won't cheat. I've only done the exit and reload trick once on this run so far to demonstrate how you can do that to exploit the randomness to get better bargains. But it would have been the spirit of a 1cc if I was just exiting whenever I want to. Aunt, what is it you want again? She wants to go to... Where do you want to go to? Journal? Devil we gotta talk to. With tea and honey. We haven't even started his yet. Because we lacked having 2 tea and 2 honey at the same time. Princess wants Pan. Driver wants London. Vagabond wants London. Rats. Port Prosper. Navigator's Pan. Okay, alright. You want Pan as well? Most people want Pan. Piranesi. The Pans have it. Okay, so currently carrying 2 bits of honey, some supplies, and Hybris is all the way out here. And I have plenty of money and space, so... It looks all the way away, but 8 fuel should be plenty to get to Hybris, and the relay, then out to Pan. Sniped by a colonized Katankery. Oh well. Since when do colonized Katankery hang out around Port Davon? Just try to make me waste fuel? Oh, right. This area is lousy with marauders. Lousy with marauders, meaning could probably get a marauder mangonel off of here. Just haul or loot. Marauder spawns tend to be higher in this area, but also there's at least one Marauder camp here. Not where I thought I was before. Storm that speaks, what are you doing? We have not earned the wrath of the storm that speaks. Then why is this happening? Push on. Failure and lost 2 crew. Star Madness yet again. I just started the game. It's only been 20 minutes, almost half an hour, and already Star Madness. Alright, who's died? Well, this means I can't use my... What is it? My full speed now, because you require the 12 to use it. Number 4 and number 9. Whose of the manifests is 4 and 9? 4 is Mr. Skids, finally dead, Star Madness. As is Charles Entertainment Cheese, who we just picked up on the 14th of June. 14th of June to 4th of July. Unlucky. Hino the Second is still alive, but no such luck for Charles Entertainment Cheese. Bap. And bap. Which means gotta pick up more dudes in Pan when I get there. Out of 12, out of 12. But the good news is, the likely lasses or lads from Port Davon's Nowhere Inn survived. They were picked up when? 23 June, so barely a week ago. Just over a week ago. And they've already had their encounter with death, and just missed it. Misjudge my heat allowance. Ba-dum-bum. Here's Hope. Van Zessen Waste. I'll count that as Van Zessen Waste, I think. Apparently, in earlier builds, these battlefield areas used to count as horrors and raise your madness. Well, that was before my time. Must have been back during early access or something. Bonk. You are looting a marauder, so I am. But where is a looting a marauder? 90% chance success. Hold repairs, leave it. Failed on a 90% chance success and lost 1 crew. Your crew attach cables to the wreck to hold it steady as they pry apart the doors. A sudden gust of wind rocks both vessels, and the young man, straining at the pry bar, slips. He cries out, his hand mangled on a torn edge of metal. He is likely to lose fingers. The treasure you retrieve from the hold will be of little comfort to him. Okay, well, good news is he hasn't died. My first crew member to retire then. This one hasn't died, he's just mangled his fingers. We'll have to have them amputated, and can no longer work, so I'm just dropping him off at first early convenience. Cool! So who's our first retiree? On the 6th of July, 2 days later. Okay, so this is out of 9, out of 10, out of 10 crew. 1d10. Crewman number 9. Oh no. That's one of the draw dogs, isn't it? The 3 crew that I picked up in Port Avon, I named after the draw dogs from Chicory. My own draw dog was named Noodles, my boyfriend's Bacon, and the default name is Pizza. I'm pretty sure that crewman number 9 is Bacon. Oh no, that's my boyfriend's draw dog. Just picked Bacon up from Port Avon. Not even a month ago, not even 2 weeks ago. What date is it? 6th of July. Quickest turnaround ever. Mangled hands. On derelict. This is almost becoming a comedy. Well, that's 3 crew down, and I've only just started the day. Wrong color. Proper color is a lighter blue. There you go. But the good news is, I got fuel. That makes it worthwhile, yeah? Kenyon's hand. See, this is one of those areas where the marauders spawn constantly. I wish it was constantly, but there's a lot of them here because that's like the home base. Except right now there's nobody, they're all asleep. There's one. Just loot hold. For gossip. For gossip. Mourn the dead. He drops some of my terrors. Already up to 45 and rightfully so. See, that guy's got a cool gun. When could I have that cool gun? Give me the cool gun. I want the free cool gun. Still no gun. Just gossip out the wazoo. The battering ram. There actually are a couple of enemies who do that. Most of them monsters. But the Star Madden Explorer category of enemies do charge into your engine. It hurts them, but it also hurts you. But considering that it does also hurt them, it's probably a good thing that the player can't do that. The closest I can do is activate full speed mode, crash into them, and take damage. Because I don't think that hurts them. I don't think it hurts them if I ram into them. Maybe for the next game, if there is a next game in this style. Sunless Sea had ships, Sky has trains, so perhaps they find some new mode of locomotion. Then that one could have a charging attack. I mean, going from Fallen London to Sunless Sea to Sunless Skies, it has gone more video gamey. Sunless Sea was basically just Fallen London with a video game interface, and this is more of a video game that plays like a Fallen London story. But then again, the next game is Mask of the Rose, which is more of a dating sim, visual novel type thing. So it could just be that they have no further interest in action locomotion. I missed. It was just out of range. Oh, would've been cool with that hit. Axes, 100% chance success. I'll take the Bronzewood. Bronzewood sells moderately well, and so many things demand Bronzewood. Gonna make a quick stop to Hybris. Do I have the factor with me? Pernickety factor. I don't see, which be counted as crew, as possessions for passengers. Do have the pernickety factor who wants to stop at Hybris. Might as well get that plot going. Hybris deserted. The colonist houses are dark and there's no signs of a soul about. The smithy is empty. No smoke comes from the Brendan's chimneys. The fretwork of the town hall remain unfinished. A bee laced with curling fronds flies by. Its drones the only sound in Hybris. Collection of Hybris pus. But where is everyone? The pernickety factor is alarmed. This is very disagreeable. I was expecting to find people here. Disappearing like this is extremely rude. You split up and make a quick circuit of the village. You discover tables laid out for dinner, cold tea still in Fair Nance's pot, the notes, in large print, half written for the mayor's council meeting laid out on his desk. A bat and bowls bob forlornly in the shadows of the marsh. You find the pernickety factor near the station. She holds up a muddy tarot card. 10 of cats. How peculiar. Let's keep looking. 59 terrors. Search the colony. 100% chance for clues as to where the colonists might be. The marshes are wild. The spores unswept. Laundry sits in piles in the wash house. Several shirts abandoned at a mangle. The town hall has been set up for a show. A broken mirror sits on the stage. You find an abandoned set of tarot cards for a gold-framed mirror. A playbill for a Marzipan Hallow, the wondrous wizard of glass, has been discarded amidst the sloughs of pillows. The fernicity factor makes a face. I hate to suggest it, but Palmyr and Plenty's might be able to shed some light here. They have a magician. But Palmyr's is in the opposite direction of where I need to be. Currently have 11 out of 15 hold. I could scavenge a settlement for fuel and supplies. But that's a one-time thing. It'll be fine. I got 5 fuel. 5 fuel is plenty to get to the whatsits. To the transit relay, and from the relay to Pan. I don't have a cannery though. The sad thing is that the transit relay drops you off right in Unnastic Reavers, which is perfect if you want loads and loads of Namertine gemstones. Only without a cannery, I can't harvest those gemstones. Up left, exit to the relay. Another colonized Cantankery. 2 colonized Cantankeries, go away. But I will take the wreck. For slight repairs. I do have 2 honey in my possession. If I get 1 more tea, then I'll finally be able to start my Devil's Officer questline and upgrade him. Tricky thing with the Devil is that if you give him the wrong worldview, then he leaves. Forever. Since unlike Sunless Sea, when you finish an officer's quest to completion, that's it. It's permanent for the entire rest of the lineage. If you lost them, you gotta start a whole new lineage, not just a new captain. But at the very least, if you do know that for a given officer, you got them going the wrong way, you could always just not do them and leave them for the next captain. Discontent, we just got here. The dead are hungry. Need to make an offering or come back a knockin'. Fine. Recover the body, transport it for burial. Lower terror by 50, but increase nightmares by 1. It is a good deed, perhaps, to carry a lost soul home, but it's not a happy one. The crew are grimly heartened, but your dreams are troubled. The corpse wore a captain's jacket, the face, a mask of frozen horror. You are leaving stains. There's a small handful of nightmares you can get, and they all have such interesting plots to them. Only problem is that being haunted by a ghost is a pretty common one, because one of the facets you can get has you haunted by a ghost, and I think that overrides every other nightmare you can get, so I try to avoid that one. I like seeing what different nightmares your captain ends up developing. You notice it first on your bed, faint rusty marks at the creases of your pillow. There are finger traces of shades of old blood on the handle of your door. The armpits of your clothing, too. Something with a taste of metal is coming out of your pores. Bleach everything. It's not a new symptom. This has happened before. You've just forgotten. How did you make it disappear last time again? For a 50% chance success. Or wait. Understand first. What are you trying to hide? Some of these clothes you've never worn, but here they are in your cupboard and they smell like you. There's a tangy sensation at the back of your throat. There's a mirror in which your reflection will not meet your eye. And now we'll leave. To Pan. Customs, I'm not carrying any contraband. To Etheria for the cost of a whisper. Big bonk food. Control on long journeys. So on this map, relay's in the south, right? So weird. Like every other time I played, the relay's all the way in the west. Or someplace sensible like that. Yeah, I think every single other time I played, Ackley's to the relay are westward. For more inspiration. Missed me. Grievers, where'd you get to? There you are. How it bumped into me, little puppy. Oh, there's a ministry monitor here too. This isn't Albion territory, this is Lawless Pan. Vision of Heaven. Just get more moments of inspiration. If I had a cannery. But then again, only 58% chance. Dig in its throat. 54% chance. Maybe I'll leave this Griever be then. Goodbye. More Hamlock. Falling into it. Dreams of stone. You dream of a city of statues, a court of stone. Old frost gleams on corners. A shrieking wind blows. There are spiders. You see the dead shuffle through the streets and into the court in an unbroken, unending line. Their faces are masked. You awake with a start. You hear your crew weeping in their sleep, investigating. You find them shivering from the cold and thrashing with fever. The dead are brought before me, one cries. They are dreaming the same dream you were. If I rouse them, that costs some supply, but I've only got a little bit of the last remaining. Well, that's okay though. No, that's not okay. Because that's gonna take that whole crate, so I won't just be at 0 surplus crates, but this will be all the food I have left. 25% food, with no backup, to get from the Picaroon terminus, all the way to Pan. All the way to Pan. Maybe could stop by Ackley's and refuel there. Because Ackley's has both supplies and food. Supplies and fuel. Which means you got food too. Normally I rouse the crew, and we talk, and we take care of each other. I haven't tried returning to dreams. And the stone, statued courtroom, where the silent dead filed before you. You were looking down at them, as if you were very tall. Their faces, behind their porcelain masks, were turned to the floor. That raises a lot of terror. To 25%. One by one, you pass judgment upon them. This one is to be one of the ephemeral dead, destined for death's door. This one, a king once, committed the sin of having sought immortality. You utter a word of the tongue of heaven, and proclaim it one of the failed dead to be cast into the well. When you wake, you feel a crushing pressure on your legs, pressing them down into the bed. It is Beleth, the feline eccentric's narrow black cat. But when you try to push him off, it is like shoving at a monolith. He is cold and heavy as a slab of stone. Your femurs creak under the weight. Then he wakes, stretches, and slinks away. I did think I saw a monitor, but it must have flown off who knows where. Piecing it together, I think that either the feline eccentric used to be... I don't think she used to be a griever. Not a griever, one of the, what do they call them? The skull-faced people in the Blue Kingdom that judge the dead? Like, with the gems over their faces? Because those folks are alive. They're alive and just carve out their faces to give a ghastly apparition to blend in with the dead. I think what she was is that big statue that sits behind the desk of the judge in Ord. Because it's kind of hinting that that being that the statue represents hasn't been around in ages. And maybe that's because it was casted to Piranesi and came out different. And that's why it no longer responds to anything. Press gang the hermit into my crew. Now, what I need are Eleutherian mysteries. Whisper secrets to the hermit. For an Eleutherian mystery and a condemned experiment, observe the hermit. Everything I do will raise my terror sum. Their secrets for yours. The hermit accepts your offering and gestures for you to join them, to soothe the dying animal's pain in its last moment. They sift their fingers through its insides, plucking out organs and placing them on the ground in a careful but indecipherable pattern. When it is complete, the hermit rests a compassionate hand on the beast's head and slits his throat in a smooth, practiced manner. What they hope to learn for this goes unspoken, but as you stand and leave, you see the pattern. An eye. Lost 3 secrets, but gain an experiment, a mystery, experience, and 10 terrors. Might end up getting nightmare number 2 pretty quickly. Miss. Wow, excellent job, mate. I get they're skinny, but still a pretty big target. My food is just dropping. Plunging even. Kind of a good idea. I opted to not crack out the last crate of food. Oh no, it's already almost halfway down. 59% food remaining in the current and last crate. I can make it, just gotta go to Pan. Achilles is right here, but Pan first. Could make it. See? Already mostly there. So I should avoid all battles, because battles take time. And time means food. Sorry, Grievers. I'll come back and kill you later. Sorry, Scribe Spinster. I simply can't afford it. I haven't got the caloric budget. Those Grievers, as long as you don't shine any light on them, they're content to just sleep. 22 remain in the crate. 21. We'd be dead if I had chosen to crack open a crate. Then we might have to eat some of our delicious friends. The cool thing is that they did add some more starvation mechanics to the Sovereign Edition. But if you're not careless with your food and supplies, then you never see them. 5% remaining. 4%. 3% in the crates. Hours of argument, give me that free food. 2 supplies. An admiring engineer, a slouching man and a wistful, watery smile, is pacing around your locomotive. Beautiful machine, he says, beautiful. You ask if you could help him with something. Oh, no, just an affectionado. Is that a Tisiphone you have in her? Marvelous engine. Got some kick to it, eh? I once worked on the next generation of it, you know? Until he holds up his hands. They are scarred and twiggy from old burns. An improved version of the Tisiphone? Intriguing. It was never finished in the end. Too ambitious, although... He leans close. My old partner, and he names a certain diabolical contriver, is still working on it. She moved to the wreck of the Beringer. Less oversight there. If you like your engine spirited, you should seek her out. In fact, he says, as if the thought had only just occurred to him. Perhaps you can give her this. He hands you a crumpled letter. Been a while since we spoke, you see. He shakes your hand. His is rough and inflexible, and drifts away into Pan's crowds. If we get down to the Beringer, we'll see. Bombazine for the Eagle. Seeds to the Mausoleum. Special prospect, but the Mausoleum's all the way in London. How much does the Mausoleum need? 7 seeds? Three tea. Honey. Okay, devil, let's speak. Where's the devil I know? Ask the repentant devil about his possible enemies. If he's attracting assassins onto your locomotive, once, a year ago and a half, you deserve to know everything. Though he'll see that point of view better applied with tea. I have 3 particular friends, he says. 2 of them I think are dead. As for the third, it would not be her style to look for me. But if I were to trace this matter, it would take me to Carillon and to London, and to the Wood of the Wolf. He catches a corner of your glance. You asked about my enemies, I know, he says. But when you get to my age, it's the same thing. He wants Carillon in the Reach, Baroness of Held in London, Wood of the Wolf, also just outside London. Ask about his former friend at Carillon. I don't make a habit of visiting Carillon, the devil says. It would be better not to attempt soul purification at all, than to do such a clumsy job of it. Besides, there's a risk that I would be recognized there, if I gave my name. I am the one who devised the original methods they're currently executing in parody. And, well, he considers the top of the table. Hero worship from the incompetent is always awkward. The ego on my devil. What of the wolf? There was a friend, a colleague, from the earliest part of my life. She died, as far as I know, in the fighting before the devils went to Caduceus and escaped the judgments. But that was then. If she is less dead now, I would expect to find her at the Wood of the Wolf. She always did have a taste for dramatic protests. He looks unapproachably morose for a few minutes, then adds, I have no taste for places that celebrate defeat, but I will go where I must. The friend in London, the Baroness? My contact in London belongs to the old aristocracy, he says. We will find her, perhaps, the ruins of the palace stables, chewing all the gilding off a state carriage 10 years past the last parade. If not there, then someplace similar. She does not much like humans unless they happen to be the crown prince of a dissolved monarchy, or the general of an exiled army. The fact that you're with me would not pacify her. The last time we spoke, I took one of her legs. So bring tribute, immaculate souls. I've just sold all of my souls. Assemble the devil's evidence requires 3 panes of stained glass, and visiting each area. How's my soul currently? State of my soul is perfectly clean. Cool. Data lane engineering. What do you have for me here? Ratty baggage handlers. Veils at 45 plus. For plus 11 hold though. Plus 11 hold. What else do we have? Is there anything else cool? Gates of Ivory is also veils. Bleh. Steel plating is just armor. Gallery is crew, but I got plenty of crew. Sorry, I had plenty of crew. Engine yard. The Malak. I kept saying Medea last time, but the Malak's what I was talking about. That's really luxurious, and some people say is excellent for the late game. But it's got such terrible, terrible sideways boosting. Bought it once to get to the Blue Kingdom, and because he can't dodge for beans with its very weak thrusters, just torn apart by the first Eater of the Dead that I saw. Medea's okay. It's more combat focused, a lot less cargo space, less auxiliary. I live and die off my auxiliary, so I kind of need those. Though if you go to the Royal Academy, there are some things that you could put into like the shield slots and the bridge slots that accommodate the same thing, but still, only 5 supply to start with? I don't know. Never been a fan. Gemstones for the Empyrean I'll keep, though I can't complete it. Port Davon, Bombazine I don't even have. So I guess I can't upgrade anything here yet. Back to the Pelennor, perhaps? No. Night market. Give me fuel and food. And first stop here for the masked citizen. Consult the king about the courtesy. The masked citizen has accompanied you. You hope the king can tell you something about the phrase that recurred in your friend's singed notes. The king expects tribute first. Something appropriate. 7 savage secrets. A crimson promise, steeped in old starlight. A moment of inspiration, pride for the skull, the masked citizen interrupts. That sounds like a lot of work, and we're already here. But what do these do instead? They draw a luminous bottle from their bag. Inside, a knotted soul stirs. The inconstant color of a blue bottle's back. It opens 7 slitted eyes, lazily. Goodness, the king says, yes, please. The eerie soul changes hands. The king will speak, but, in accordance with Pan's restriction on storytelling, only to one of you. I'll hear it, or the masked citizen. We're gonna get the information anyway, and the masked citizen paid the price. It was they who paid the price after all. The citizen squeezes her shoulder, gratefully, and consults the king. Afterwards, the citizen relays what they learned. The king says there was an order to creation. Sons at the top, us near the bottom, and other beings, flukes and messengers and so forth between. Some secrets, like the courtesy, are dangerous even to speak of if you are in the lower echelons. The king suggests we ask something higher up. Each of the 3 principal factions in Pan reveres such a being. I have a plan. They lead you away for the King's Grove. And what's the plan? The plan in Pan? The masked citizen sits on a tumbled column. Pan is home to many sects and factions. 3 are preeminent: the Brazen Brigade, the Heartcatchers, and Winters reside. Join one, win their trust, advance their ranks, and then coax an answer about the courtesy from their patron. I'm going to look into something else. The king has given me an idea. If you want to speak to me, leave a message in this grove, I'll check it regularly. Why can't they join one of the factions? They know their way around Pan. Because I already have. The Neo-Nocturnals who rule the Forum here. A less important sect, and one of no help in our current situation, but one apt to my proclivities. My loyalties are already declared, in other words. Yours are up for negotiation. Pick a faction that suits your temperament. Don't worry. I'll find a way to make myself useful. So, of the three factions, we have the Heartcatchers, which are trees from... Are they from Parabola? I think so. But pretty much heads on trees that know things. There is the Brazen Brigade, which rebelled against Hell. What's it, the heavens? Well, they rebelled, period. And now they await their saints to rebel again. And the revolutionaries, in Winters reside. Brazen Brigade. Which ones? King Idle Station. First, gotta help my aunt find February. Your aunt's attempts to find out what happened at St. Dustin's Rendezvous has led you to Winters Reside and the Calendar Council. I've sent the card. She's expecting us, your aunt says, leading you through the tumbled ruins of Pan, limned by pale moonlight. She's setting a coach where to wait here. Your aunt rummages in her handbag as you wait. Boiled sweet, she says hopefully. It looks as if it can crack your jaw. Suit yourself. The only sound as you wait is a crunch of the sweet. And then, slowly and silently, a black carriage appears through the mist. The masked driver bids you enter the cabin. Your aunt does not hesitate to get in. Come along, she says impatiently, beckoning you inside. The sedan leaves you on the crooked street of Winters Reside, in front of a severe townhouse. The door is open and the lights are on. A handsome woman awaits at the doorway to greet you. Her smile is wintry, and her eyes pale as new frost. I got your card. I'm willing to talk. Come inside. Talk to February, who attended St. Dustin's Rendezvous. Afraid I can't be much help, old thing, February says, as she ushers you into her parlor. White moonlight floods its great bay windows. Anything you can tell us, your aunt says before gasping, Dearie me, almost forgot. She fishes in her enormous handbag and produces a bottle of brandy, for old time's sake. How lovely, February murmurs. I'll fetch some glasses. She leaves the two of you alone. Your aunt immediately starts rummaging under the cushions. She's hiding something. I was very junior at the time, practically a secretary. February's voice floats through. Your aunt stands up straight as February returns, carrying 3 glasses. I get a drink too? February hands you each a glass of your aunt's brandy. London did approach us about building an unclear bomb. We had an enemy in common, the Masters of Old London. The Calendar Council helped make them an unclear bomb. We used it to blow up the sun. She shrugs. But that's ancient history. Not sure why you bothered me with all this. Still, shall we raise a toast? To old acquaintances never forgot. Go on, raise your glass. Brandy is amber as the death of a sun. Aunt's eyes are on February. February raises her brandy glass, like a conductor preparing her orchestra. To the end of all tyrannies. To alliances forged for the breaking of chains. Your aunt nods, and begins to sip her brandy. Her expression is worrying, hazardous almost. Seeing her drink, February follows suit. Vain drinking. This is Calendar Council stuff. Better safe than sorry. You raise a glass to your lips, and make as if to imbibe. Condensation from the glass drips onto your chin, and then you lower your brandy. Does this taste a little off to you? February asks, and then keels over. Your aunt pours the remainder of the brandy onto the floor. Dearie me, she's even more susceptible than I remember. Very clever of you not to drink. Help me have a rummage through her papers, will you? You spent a few frantic minutes searching February, until you discover a folio concealed in her left boot. This will do, your aunt says. Now let's make sure we're not seen leaving. Your aunt has poisoned February, and stolen her note, and gained 5 terrors. Crew? Need me some crew? In need of assistance? Up to 4 crew. 98% chance success. I need 3. I need 3 if I'm to make use of full steam mode. Got him. 3 new crew. Which means I'm going to need 3 new names. Insert one below. Seven, 8, 10, very smart me. And this is the 20th of July, 1906. Need name, need name, need a name. Oh, you know what? Speaking of, I keep forgetting something, like 3 days in a row now. Where is that? Roles manager. Still have slots, don't I? $25 out of 30. Save. And who else? I'll add it as I remember. Bank, do I got what I need? Kinda, sorta, because nobody needs anything. Well, they do, but I haven't got Bombazine. Nor do I have Namartine Gemstones. What I should do then, hold on. That Elaine Engineering. Do they have cannery stuff? They don't. They don't have any cannery stuff. So, if I... Actually, I hadn't noticed that. Like, it's pretty obvious when you start the game that the Reach region does not sell any assaying devices. So if you want assaying stuff, you gotta go elsewhere. But in Penn, they don't sell anything to can food. I guess I never noticed, because usually by the time I get to Penn, I have a cannery on board. That is weird. Huh. Huh. Okay, so where do I want to go? Piranesi. Where's the Piranesi? There's the Empyrean. I guess we could go to the Empyrean first. Then pick up Altan. And who else needs what? Piranesi is for the feline eccentric. Does anybody else need anything at Pan? Or just... The princess, right. The princess also needs a crossroads. But the crossroads are so rare. Request in the Empyrean wants a house of rods and chains. Aunt. Let's go in on Aunt. What's next? Help your aunt go through February's papers. Piles of pages are strewn across her cabin. I've been impersonating February in some correspondences to get more information, your aunt says in explanation. It's not like she's going to object. Working together, you discover the key to the cipher. Various calendars from Roman to the Revolutionary. From the documents, you learn that February knew that the final design for the bomb was held by Her Majesty's Privy Councillor. He died, and is now interred in the most serene mausoleum. If we could find those designs, we know for certain what our government agreed to do, Euron says. So the tomb of the Privy Councillor in the most serene mausoleum. Alright. 6 fuel, 4 food is plenty. We'll go on over to... Well, no, first gotta pick a faction. First, I got to pick a faction. Is it going to be the Brazen Brigade, Winter's Reside, or the Heartcatcher's Garden? The Uncanny Orchard, whose many-headed inhabitants keep old secrets and play tricks on death. The Brazen Brigade, a traditionalist faction of devils dedicated to the return of the Saints of Hell. The Winters Reside, an enclave of revolutionaries commanded by 3 members of the Anarchist Calendar Council. I think that's the first one I went with, since the first character I played was, well, the first to survive up until here, was a revolutionary. But the thing is that the Calendar Council has a cost. They've all got costs, but Winter's Reside is a big one, and all pretty much for the same thing. I think what I'll do, it's down to Heartcatcher Gardens, or the Devils for me. Brazen Brigade could be tricky. They'll want you to either go to Piranesi to fetch a lantern, or to Caduceus to go through its whole thing. To find the drum beater or something? Maybe I do Heartcatchers, it's somewhat simple. Plus I am rather fond of going for the Heartcatchers. The hazing you have to do to get in are pretty simple. Bury some deaths, then get your head cut off. And the reward, they all offer different things for your membership. But most of the rewards are pretty common, or at least not worth the effort of joining in the first place. Nursery. Mimicron, seek entry. Can't seek entry. You have not been chosen. I haven't picked a faction already, have I? Acquire a death. Prove your value to the Heartcatchers. Oh, I need Eleutherian Mysteries. I'm lacking in that. Okay, alright. That's the one very minor expense, is that they do require a lot of Eleutherian Mysteries to get on through. But that's fine, you get Eleutherian Mysteries for everything here. Port reports for mysteries. I now have 3. I'll probably want like 20-ish or so to get on through and to do everything else I need to do. Dowser. Oh, bad angle. Gonna get hit. Look, that ruin came out of me. Is it clear? I have no idea. Not clear. Good thing about Eleutheria is that while it is the biggest region, even if just slightly, it's a fairly open area. Oh, there are quite a few things around here. Ah! They slapped my booty! There's all this wide open area in the Belt of Midnight, and I somehow got myself clustered in all these islands. I would just go and fight them. Blue, amber. Useless. But I've only got the 4 fuel. The Burrower's Breath again. Decline. Find my own way through. Failure. Lost 1 fuel, 1 supply. Burrower is far too temperamental. Hold repair. Ignore the Dowser. I don't mind fighting them, but they're a bit too mosquito-y in their flight pattern. They don't ram you the way the Star Mounted Explorers do, but they got the slipperiness and the shotgun. And now, perhaps, for one of my more favorite factions, the Eagles Empyrean. Got a soft spot for them. Aunt is brushing up on her Norwegian. I don't think they speak Norwegian in the Empyrean-ness. Yes, I'm calling my own aunt Miss. Lanes of Lion and Unicorns, Bombazine at the Empyrean. And for who? For the Empyrean. The Empyrean confiscates all Bombazine that enters its territory and prosecutes illegal carriers with vengeful zeal. It's a restricted item, vital for the maintenance of the Xanthus Moon, but often used by agents of the Liberation to conceal their midnight work. Any storehouse would present too tempting a target for the Liberation spies and smugglers. Instead, the Empyrean's government pays captains to transport the stuff far away. Any captain who undertakes such work must submit to an extensive check of their credentials. 64% chance success. 500 sovereigns. Is it gonna be worth it? Because 500 sovereigns is like the price of 2 Bombazine. How much Bombazine am I getting out of this? This is mirrors. Who's all mirrors? Heart, iron, heart and mirrors, veils and mirrors, iron and mirrors. +1 aunt's advice. I have no clue what that means. Hearts and veils, iron and veils, mirrors. So that's as much mirrors as I can get. Unless I level up. I may gain 4 rolls of Thirsty Bombazine. May. If I get all 4, then that means I'm pretty much getting it for half price. There's Bombazine here. Guaranteed Bombazine. No, that's my prospect for it. Never mind. That's what I'm selling to them. No, there is Bombazine that I could buy for 115 and then sell on back. A shady figure beckons you to the shadows. You have the Bombazine for the Empyrean. 4,100. And 2 Eleutherian Mysteries as a bonus. 250 experience, but it didn't push me to the next level. I need 135 experience. Blue Heaven Arsenal. Illuminated Engineering for the Altani Class Outrider. It's even got 3 extra hull space. It loses 1 shield slot compared to my current engine. 20 less hull. But it's a beaut. It even has better fuel efficiency. An electric wonder, the Altani is a far-ranging, versatile explorer, the pride of the Empyrean, and they guard its production zealously. How much for repairs? Is 63. So either way, the cost of repairs is coming out of the cost of swapping models. Give me that Outrider. Trade for free. Okay, went from the Dugong to the Marlin. What's this one going to be? The crab-eating macaque. Nah. The money bird. Nuh-uh. The breadfruit? Breadfruit isn't exactly ambulatory. Bananas are. Coconuts kind of are. What's to name this one? The turtle. The sea turtle. Hawksbill turtle. Green sea turtle. The crab. Could call it a crab. It's small, it's got good scuttles. Hermit crab, land crab, the stuffed crab. Stuffed crab will be delicious. Snapper. How about snapper? For the fish theme. It's small, it's quick. Well, there are some pretty big red snapper, but the red snapper we catch tends to be about this big, if that. So I always get a bit envious playing Animal Crossing and their red snappers like this big. The sea cucumber. Oh, the sea cucumber could work. Because this engine does have a somewhat smaller profile. The sea cucumber. Empyrean, got my repairs in. Outrider. Already have my minimum crew. So just join with the ceremonies, drop some terror. Journey towards Boragiril Graveyard. The fortunate navigator knows the way. Best not tell the guards where you're going, though. Tourists have no business in graveyards. Except they do. They're always in graveyards. I was. Gulping at tombs is a peculiarity of the British, viewed with suspicion. Each street is lit by evenly placed electric lights. Right, that's just standard doing whatever. Festival all conquering. Or walk on. Join the festival. Get some sky stories, then sneak in. Electricity is not wasted on the dead. Instead, a caretaker regularly replaces the candles in every nook, on every corner of each plinth. The embalmed rests in an unsteady gloom. Brooding stone shadows shift uneasily. If I were to steal it, only 33% chance success. Failure will lead the Empyrean to assume that you are a London agent, stealing corpses for nefarious reasons. Or distract the caretaker. Let the navigator retrieve his friend while I distract them with stories. She works in flickering dark, away from the Empyrean's electric light. Perhaps you'd appreciate hearing of the incandescently sublime. The caretaker sits with you on a low stone slab, at the far edge of the graveyard. She listens in silence, a flaring candle catching something glinting on her cheek. When you leave, she remains in quiet contemplation. The navigator is waiting by the graveyard gate. He grins awkwardly. He has used rope to tie the corpse's desiccated wrist to its ankles, and is wearing it like a knapsack. The corpse's head lolls against his shoulder, its embalmed face almost restful. Back at your locomotive, the navigator meets your eye, then bursts into incredulous laughter. Alright, navigator, what's the next step? What does he intend to do with the corpse? Cost me half my unlicensed charts. As he went to the navigator's cabin, he preempts anything he might say by shouting, "Bring me a map," so that it says, "Here be monsters." Then a pause. "Please, madam." Altan's body is propped in the navigator's desk chair, cushioned with his pillow. Embalming has preserved the body. Its limbs are too thin, its skin a greenish gray, but it looks peaceful. It faces a window, but, and it's probably for the best, the eyelids are shut. The navigator talks while he works, scrawling circles and routes on your chart. King Gesser was a slayer of demons. We must battle a monster of the sky, something fearsome. Maybe a senior scrivener, a scornfluke, or one of the undeparted. Something worthy of a song. The map he returns to you is so enthusiastically marked that it is unusable. Maybe I'll hunt a Scornfluke, get my nightmares to 1 level up, hunt the Scornfluke, rip its wrath of heavens out of its jaws while completing his task. So I need Piranesi for you, and you want to go to Albion. You want the reach in Albion. You want Albion. Albion. Port Prosper. Piranesi. So where is Piranesi from here? If I ask the official, do you want Piranesi? Khan's interest. House of Rods and Chains, to the northeast of Pan. Trying to think what House of Rods and Chains and Piranesi share in their slices. They could be the same slice. If they are, then if the House of Rods and Chains is northeast, then Piranesi would be around here-ish maybe? Hey Robbie. What's up? What is sup is that I have registered for a competency test for the credential I'm trying to do last night. And that was arduous because it's one exam. It's one exam that is split into 3 sections, and registration for each section is a separate process, and you're not allowed to register for all 3 at once. You gotta register for one with a very thorough, in-depth background questionnaire for not just your university history, but your high school too. If they're asking me for university, why don't they care about high school? All so they can charge $90 for one test instead of $30 for it, but it is done. And it's only one test, but that one test means that I am on track to continuing the program that I was aiming to do before pandemic, depression before that, catastrophic life upsets. So that just needs some scheduling. And I figure that July is going to be my month of examinations, prepping for examinations, doing examinations. And then after that, all I'm going to need is like a letter of intent, scrape together a couple letters of recommendation, a background check, and I'll be good to go. Washing clothes and posting fics is very good too. That's the fic that you showed me last night, right? With the cute, like, feverish stuff? Because if so, it is. Oh, Robbie, your readers are going to love it. Look at that sea cucumber. It's got lateral boost just as good as the Agravian Juggernaut. Maybe the Juggernaut has a little bit further boost because it is a larger engine. But for this profile, relatively, this is pretty decent. Oh, hold on. 2 fuel and 1 supply. Was about to go out with nothing. Back to the Empyrean. Also, Robbie. Robble Robbie. I have 3 crew that need names. Do you have any recommendations? Should I call them like Goose, Maverick, Tom Cruise? Should I put Tom Cruise on the chopping block as a potential crew member? There's no guarantee that if Tom Cruise is in the crew, that Tom Cruise is going to die. Some of them have survived a long time. And this is all blackened territory, so I have no clue what's out here. No clue what's out here, so it'd be hazardous to use my full steam mode. The 3 crew that I picked up from Port Davon, using the likely Lasser Lad, I named after the Draw Dogs. Noodles for my Draw Dog, Bacon for my boyfriend's Draw Dog, Pizza for the default name that Punchy also used when he played Chicory. And of those 3, Bacon has already died. Well, not really died. Bacon is a first retiree, having mangled their hands in an operation, so they simply cannot work anymore. An extinguishment inside the Candle Wind. Just what is the dimension of this Candle Wind? This is a very long one. Go for more OCs first if you wanna. There's room for 3 OCs if you want to put them in. If you want to gamble with the lives of your OCs. This does not feel like House of Rods and Chains. Reavers. Maybe Pure Nessie. Leveled up by it blowing up on me. A Vision of Heaven. Examine its innards. Nobody's gonna die if I examine its innards, right? Ayy. It's bones that catch your attention. Specifically the marrow. A sigil is imprinted on it. Splitting a bone, you extract and slice the marrow. Every inch, you find a different sigil. Something has been written in the Griever's bones. Okay, so what is a facet for level 12? So far we are a Zailer who bought and sold while at Z. We had a scandal, an affair, a lost love. Worse things happen at Z. We didn't recognize our own home afterwards. A narrow escape taught us to be cautious. Family footsteps, we carried after our family's virtues. Like all people, changed over time. Learned how engines work, I should hope so. Blockaded New Winchester, fought with the Tacites. We're a settler, but one bad season drew us off. Traveled everywhere, loved the wonders of the sky. This is still here, that's still there. We could be a gambler. That's one of the new ones, I think. Have a mentor. Mentor is also cool, because that means that we become friends with the Blind Bruiser, and the Blind Bruiser could drop our nightmares for free once. Or perhaps we are slowly turning into glass. Maybe we're gamblers. I don't know enough of my own background to say we came from rich lifestyles. Maybe we did. Hawkeye Pierce. Alright, Hawkeye. Hawkeye picked up in the Empyrean. So kind of fitting. Wait, no, that's wrong place. There. Hawkeye Pierce picked up on the 20th of July. So let me see. There's nothing really here that says we came from a rich upbringing. Z captains. But maybe we were. Maybe we were rich, because the whole point of Sunless Sea is building up generational wealth. You sail about, you make money, you trade coffee and sunlight in boxes, you retire, start the new captain, sell the heirlooms, buy a boat, sell coffee and sunlight in boxes, retire, sell heirlooms, sell coffee and sunlight in boxes, and so on and so on. So if we were a Z captain, and a successful Z captain, it makes sense. Goose Bradshaw and Maverick Mitchell. There are two left. Goose Bradshaw, Maverick Mitchell. Cool. And that's all 12 crew members who are currently alive. Auguste Avenue expresses itself as how? Spent your youth in stuffy sitting rooms and chandelier parlors. Hush, and you could still hear the delicate sound of silver spoons on china cups. You were not ungrateful, but your life was hedged by bounds of civility and expectations. You had to disobey sometimes, to discover who you were. When you had to rebel, how did you do it? Maybe that's why. We changed over time, and didn't recognize home when we left for Z. Left for Z, maybe as an act of rebellion, or maybe not, just following in family footsteps. And then one day we came home, and the shore life, the rich parlors simply weren't for us. I do like Gambler because that gives a possibility of hearts too. Always been a gambler. You risked it all to throw dice, the turn of a card. Life is sweetest at the knife edge between fortune and failure. And anyway, you win more than you lose. Why? Because you never back down. I never back down. It's the crew I'm willing to sacrifice. When you raise, they fold. Because you take risks others shy from. Taking risks with my crew's lives. Every shot you don't take is a miss. Maybe we did try to become a settler. And just because I don't back down doesn't mean I'm being completely reckless. We're taking risks. We're not being reckless, except for half the time. Cautious, reckless gambler? Cautious, reckless gambler. Or frequently rebelled from our stuffy family. I have plenty of irons. Think I'll go with being a gambler. The one new facet so far this whole game. Everything else has been the same facets for the past 3 years. Even more years if you count early access. Okay, so where am I going? Oh, more friends. Don't get walled up. All blew up on me. Rude. Hull repairs at least. +9 hull only. Still don't have butchery. That's a real cruel thing about Eleutheria, that Pan doesn't sell any butchery stuff. Vision of Heaven, 70% chance, failure. Lost a crew already. That makes what? Is that 4? Is that officially 4 today? Lost Charles Entertainment Cheese and Bacon earlier. So 3 crew lost, if I count this one. A crewman assists you. Unfortunately, his lamp provokes frenzied palpitation of the Griever's remains. causing an organ to rupture and spray him with ichor. Is it a him? Who's even getting lost this time? Out of 12. Roll 5. Okay, so Maverick and Goose are going to be safe. 5 is Hino the second. The substance inflicts a fatal episode of grief upon him, contaminated by the griever's anguish, too vast for a mortal to contain or understand. He raves about such parts of it as he can grasp. The grievers mourn a light that died, one that they served. Is that why they respond so violently to light? They wake, thinking it might be the light they worshipped, and they are reminded of their loss. So how should I mark this for Hino the second? Fatal Griever Grief. On the 28th of... This has been a very violent month. 28th July, 1906. Dead. But the good news is, got some XP out of that. No, this Windy Howl does imply House of Rods and Chains. Hey, Scorn Fluke. Just missed. These things take so many hits. If you have the Marauder Mangonel. For your basic starter Jerusalem gun, it's gonna take way longer. Out. Sea cucumber versus sea urchin. Bleeding? Think it might be bleeding? Where is it? Where is it? If I had. Nightmare's Awful. That's such a low requirement. Nightmare's Awful is only level 2. Help the Navigator show his friend the defeated monster. The Navigator floats over to the defeated monster and does a triumphant jig on top of its remains, almost toppling over when he leans to give Altan a better view. For all its grotesqueness, such unbridled delight is contagious, the crew can't resist smiling. When the Navigator clambers back inside, he shrugs Altan's body to the floor, then props it against the wall. He unseals his helmet and turns to you. We defeated that! He holds up his hand. Look, I'm shaking! He sighs, suddenly exhausted. And I could turn up a trophy, investigate the Scorn Flukes, with a 70% chance success. Grants an otherworldly artifact and gains insight into Scorn Flukes. Its inhuman music rages and sobs. The polyphonic scream brings your crew to shuddering tears. Discipline keeps them working. They're careful to maintain distance from the oozing great accident. In abrupt silence, the remains liquefy and dissipate. Any artifacts remaining are too tainted to gather. But I got 2, and sovereigns. Unsettled dreams. Captain's log for terror and tales of terror make sense of the dreams. For 3 tales of terror, a vision of heaven, and gain terror, you will gain terror. I kind of want to push it over to 50% and gain 1 more nightmare. Make sense of the dream. How neatly the tales and your dreams fit together. But the revelation is not a satisfying one. It only hints at something grander and more terrible still, because if these things are true, then the world that permits them must be more awful still. 49 terror. To climb up incrementally, 50% already. Extinguishment for the sake of getting more mysteries. And didn't wake up any undeparteds. Okay, there's a chitin. Where's the crab? Oh, there it is. Looming out from the mists. Oh, it's oriented like this. It's so weird. You just rotate it a little bit, and then it doesn't look familiar at all. I'm so used to it being pointed like this. Of rods and chains. Spire of Inches. I could use my final Searing Enigma. Or I could wait and roll some gold amber. It takes 3 gold amber though. You could sometimes get 1 if you harvest amber from the skies. Sometimes. Bronzewood. Rubbery souk. Well, fuel I got plenty of, so maybe just 3. And more food. Chitin door into the giant crab, the giant dead crab. Lamentation. Is mysteries, but is there anyone to pick up? A rubbery passenger to go to Pan. Marketplace. Stories for Amber. But I need my mysteries. Okay, let's see if I'm right about Piranesi being to the west of here. I forget if they officially share a slice, but I'm accustomed to Piranesi and the House of Rods and Chains not being too far apart. The exit of the Albion Eleutheria Transit Relay, if I choose to fix it, should be around here too. Ooh, loot. Exiles abandoned. But not Axials abandoned. Oh, I'm at the edge. Rip. Not gonna go then. And that's a wall, so stuck here for now. If Piranesi is here, they don't sell fuel, do they? Just food. Ooh, hold on. What was it nugget they said? I can't remember. It's either just supplies or nothing. Oh, can't get into its wing. Get back in there. Nuzzle that armpits. You know, maybe what they should do to make curators more aggressive is do for them what they did for the Eaters of the Dead, and make it where any contact with their mouth is fatal. Because they got fangs and claws, don't they? That one mister back in London wasn't dangerous because he spat on everyone. He was dangerous because he flew about with claws. Claws and an appetite. Whoops. Stuck in. So maybe you could have a kill radius around them. Kill radius. If you're touching their front, you're getting chewed up. If you're touching the sides, you're getting clawed up. On the back, you'd truly be safe. But even then, they don't ever give you their back. Discontent? Discontent from what? We're chewing apart a giant bat. Recover body. Get my nightmares in. Visitation. You're a bit out of place, Nightmares. You're currently fighting something. Nobody's asleep right now. Your skin is going clear in patches, and the texture's crackly and brittle, like old parchment. The veins show copper blue beneath. Rely upon cosmetics, or look beneath. I think looking beneath is when you start scratching your skin to get what's beneath it. Some of these nightmares risk dropping your skills. Maybe cosmetics then. Where's the pot of cream you keep for occasions like this? Lost one mirrors. The choice of mirrors are hard to lose. Oil your skin. Paint it in the old color. And you can go unnoticed a while longer. It's alright. Mirrors is easy to get. Trophy. Now that Terra's at 0. Search for treasures. 52 sovereigns and a condemned experiment. A little bit rare they condemned experiments. But heck, at least now you know. If you need experimentations, kill the curator. They're puppies now, basically. Hull. And that was taking one down with a Jerusalem gun, which prolonged the fight. If I had a mangonel or other good weapon, it'd be quicker, and thus less risk of getting hit. Well, that's the exit. So that's the exit, and I'm not near Piranesi yet. Although, when you build a relay and break out the other side, you do get attacked by a curator. But I just killed the curator that hangs around there. Now it's not the same one. But it's funny to imagine. Okay, if Piranesi is in the same place the house in Rods and Chains, then where is it? Probably isn't then. Though it should be. I think it is. Because I can't recall anything else sharing space with Piranesi. Langley Hall is over by Caduceus. Ackley shares with the relay. Oh, Angular, Piranesi. Knew it, found it. What's for sale here? Bazaar has tea. Sure. Tea and no supplies, just gemstones. Gemstones I could buy for 300 sovereigns. Or could just buy a cannery. Okay, so who all needs Piranesi? The eccentric to the gardens. Or, could first ask about her cats, can't I? Speak to. Try to talk to her cats. The cats of London can talk, when they deign to do so. They can be polite, but like to give the impression they know more than you do, and perhaps they do, for they are hoarders of secrets. The cats do not respond to your greetings. When you ask about the relationship to the eccentric, one of them yowls, another washes its paw, the third yawns. You comment, critically, on their lack of courtesy. They only stare. You see no comprehension in their eyes. You try the ultimate test. You share a secret, careful to get one detail wrong. They don't correct you. They don't patronize you. They don't even give you a disdainful look. These aren't cats. The eccentric tells her tale. I entered Piranesi as something else. Something vast and inhuman. Something tired. In my nightmares I remember a cold court, countless statues. I remember the dead, prostrate before me as I pronounced sentence. She shuddered. I wasn't kind. Piranesi changed you, but it's merciless. I cut out those parts myself that were false, and laid them on the protean altars. I outwitted the facemonger, and chose a countenance of my own. I hauled my better self through the labyrinth of names. I defied the judgment of the moon's locks, and they opened. I emerged, new, raw, happy, the person, more or less, that I'd chosen to be. But the cats came too. She scowls at one, which is clawing at the sapling. I have my suspicions about them. She stops. A stern, gray-haired woman is watching you both from beside one of the sculptures. We don't get too many return visitors, the woman remarks. Tea? She leads you inside the little cottage. Ask, is it really impossible to be rid of the cats as the eccentric claims? Oh, yes. You can't cast them aside any more than you could cast aside your shadow. They are vestiges of that person of you that entered Piranesi long ago. Vestiges you chose not to keep. For some reason, they followed you out. Perhaps the old you was not cast deep enough into Piranesi. He was notably stubborn. You see, the eccentric says to you, I'm stuck with them. Of course, the conformer says, slurping her tea loudly. Let's not do that again. They could choose to leave you. Wait, what? The eccentric's head whips around to face her. Why didn't you bloody say so? Inquire about convincing the cats to leave. This is an unusual case, the conformer says, defensively. But these vestiges are, in essence, aspects of the being who entered Piranesi and emerged as you. They have opinions and preferences, as do we all. If you find somewhere they like, they may stay there. Or if you do something they hate, they may leave, carrot or stick. The eccentric frowns at the cats. How do we know what they like and hate? The conformer shrugs. No one knows them better than you. The tea is finished. You return to your engine. I need to think, says the eccentric. Well, while she thinks, gotta give myself a tour of Piranesi. Who to guide with, the gallant reformer, glistening deformer, grey conformer, or glib performer? From the top. Gallant reformer first. 3 rules of Piranesi, which I do not know. Port report first. Follow the sound of the flutes. To tell a story. Am I allowed to tell stories to the things in Piranesi? I could offer her a book. Ask her about the rules. I can't remember, but I think telling stories... Well, in Pan, telling stories is bad, but this isn't Pan, is it? I think it's what? Don't name the nameless, don't turn around. Is it don't turn around? I think it's don't turn around. Maybe it's telling stories? And while getting stuck in Piranesi is cool, and I'll have to, if I choose to go with the Brazen Brigade, it's not on the itinerary for today. Ask about the rules of Piranesi. Persuade the prisoner to repent. A cautionary tale. Only a 56% chance to convince a prisoner to repent. And this is with the reformer. Each of the chaplains had different ways that they tried to change the prisoners. And if you try to reform prisoners or change prisoners based on what those chaplains like, you build up your bond with them. So maybe persuade to repent. Partial success. Reformer prefers to ask the prisoners a series of questions, slowly shaping a rhetorical maze that drives them towards a single conclusion. Instinctively, you know this won't work here. Since she must change if she wishes to escape Piranesi, why not change into a better person? She could find fulfillment in a genuine desire to do good for good's sake. The prisoner stares in frank bewilderment. There's no such thing as a desire to be good, just fear of punishment. They are nothing alike. Her thoughts and her deeds must both be good. You tell her that if the thoughts behind her good deeds aren't good, sooner or later she'll slip back into her old ways. Besides, if she wants to change enough to leave Piranesi, it's the thoughts that matter most. Hand on her shoulder, the reformer grunts with approval. Then leave Piranesi. For information, I need 8 report with the reformer. It goes without saying that Piranesi takes a lot of grinding to put up a report with all 4 chaplains. And you can only go on 2 tours like every week or every 2 weeks. So I have to wonder if anybody has taken the time to max it out. Glistening deformer. I think his whole thing is changing physically, so I gotta convince people to change the shape of their being. Deference to deformer 5. Rifleman, lower your gun. The gun's empty anyway, but deformer likes that I protected him. Offer to help. Vigilante has altered himself further. Abandon your physical transformation. We don't have the first rule of Piranesi. How does that relate? Sacrifice one of my 6 moments inspiration. Convince it to change shape. Gained a Tale of Terror. Vigilante alters himself further, but didn't gain any rapport with the Deformer from it. Oh well. Persuade prisoner to enter the tunnel. Stay out. Now, enter the tunnel. Change your shape. 2 times deference to the Deformer. Cool. Then leave. And that's my 2 tours for this fortnight. Currently indisposed. Alright. So now where to? So, I think that's pretty much the entirety of Eleutheria. Piranesi, House of Rods and Chains, the Eagles Empyrean, Relay and Aklis. So, this bit should be Caduceus and Langley Hall, I think. Well, let's just somehow squeeze into here. But it shouldn't be, because if that's blank, then it should be Xanthus Moon here. Pretty sure. And you can't fit them both here. I keep forgetting that for some odd reason, the cursor doesn't show up on stream for this game. I think every other game it does. So when I say here, there, and wave the mouse around, you guys can't see it, can you? Hey, library. Navigator's broken. It's not really doing much of anything. Hull repair. Forgot my hull was so low. Because if I'm gonna steal fragments of things and risk getting ambushed, Senior Scrivener and Scribe Spinster. If I had better than the starter Jerusalem gun, then sure I'd take them both. But until I upgrade, deuces. I don't know, maybe they're not here then. Because Caduceus is kind of covered in vines and roses. Langley Hall covered in vines and trees, or roots and trees. No, wait, maybe it is. There's some rootiness here. Oh no. That's an undeparted. Leap. And then right into the next extinguishment. 2 Dowsers and 2 Wolf's Mane. Oh! Oh. It's a Dowser camp. That explains the 2 Dowsers. Like Kenyon's hand for the liberation. Awoke a third undeparted. Yeah, see, Rudy materials. This is Langley Hall area. And then border of roots. I'll write those home. Oh, that is foggy. I can't see myself. More Dowsers. But where's Langley? Is it... Piranesi's here. Slice appears to be like that on the border, so it can't be here. Here, perhaps? Langley Hall, then Caduceus, and well over here? Again, waving the mouse that you guys can't see. Langley, Caduceus, then well? More root structures, so getting close. Oh, I just realized 3 fuel. Pretty sure these are Langley roots, and not Caduceus vines, because Caduceus only sells supplies. So it behooves me to get to Langley first. That's some settlement. Some building on the rocks. You near Langley Hall. Cool. There's a privy. And there's the buildings. The Little Mingling, Langley Hall itself, the Greater Mingling. So Caduceus. I guess I was close by, and that one time I went around. What do you sell? Thirsty Bombazine. 7 thirsty Bombazines. But I can't carry it all. What else am I carrying? Munitions. Munitions I could drop. Munitions, and then maybe I can drag out 3 fuel and 1 food to get back to Pan. It's kind of a straight shot to Pan. Okay, drop the munitions. Maybe drop 1 tea. I'll drop 2 tea. Bombazine. And 1 more fuel for safety. Enter Langley Hall. Sign myself as I am. Port report first. Remain the madam that I am. I don't know if I'll complete seeking Lord Langley here. We'll see, if it inspires me to do so. Leave Langley Hall. And once again, deuces. Perfect, flawless execution. So Pan should be to the southwest of here. Southwest? No. Southeast. Not that it matters. There's no real left, right, up, down here in space. They mentioned early on that north, south, east, west is basically more of an agreed upon thing than an actual geographical fact in disguise. The well around here tends to have a few grievers, chance at a scorn fluke, but food's running low, so should just go back first. Alright, not enough crew to engage full steam mode. What's it now, 13th of August? And the crew at Pan were picked up on the 20th of July, so it has been long enough. But I can pick up new crew in Pan. Orders for half rations to eke out the last of her supplies, and yet it'll still expire at the exact same rate. Maybe it does, because that just means there's so little supplies left. You could actually push those rocks around and keep them in front of your engine to use as a shield if you wanted. How many mysteries am I holding? Eleutherian mysteries. Is it miscellaneous? 12 Eleutherian mysteries. Okay. Think I'll go ahead then and solicit to join the Heartcatchers. Hour of leaving. Cool. Recruiting crew in Pan is temporarily more effective. Artifacts. Prove your value to the Heartcatchers. You could if you chose. And if you were prepared to dedicate yourself solely to them, ally with the Heartcatchers. But you'll have to prove your value. Okay. In an egg under a mountain, on an island behind the wind, the green-figured old warhorse hands you a box containing 3 carefully packed clay jars. Each jar contains a death. Petitioners paid very well for us to capture a death that they fear or have been foretold, and ensure that it won't trouble them. Unfortunately, deaths are very clever little blighters, always slipping free and cropping up where least expected. The best we can do once we caught them is to hide them as inconveniently as possible. Take these, and find hiding places for them during your travels. And hide each in a different way. Leave no pattern, leave no trail. Could acquire a death, capture a prophesized bedridden death, or death in the sky. If I had the materials for them. Alright, 3 deaths to bury. I think there are 3 easy ways to do them here. Well, 2 easy ones and 1 kind of rare one. Leaving a death with a hermit. Dropping it off at a derelict. And leaving it with one of the madams of measures at the crossroads, but those crossroads are so rare to find. The princess needs a crossroad, and still haven't found one. Souls to Caduceus, west-southwest of Pan. I don't have souls for Caduceus. Sorry, Caduceus. What I do have is a somewhat full bladder, so gotta take a BRB because it has been 2.5 hours. And lots of reading means lots of drinking. Means I gotta go, so give me a second. And back already. The ruse that I'm doing with these ants seem to be working. There's a presence of them in this room, but they're not swarming anywhere, so there's nothing specific that they want. There's a lot of scouts. So what I've done is, early this morning I went ahead and found where they come out from the ground to enter the house, and left a bunch of sweet bready foods outside for them. Not a lot, but enough to distract them. And it appears to be working, which of course it would. Ants have their own behavioral ecology, as most animals do. It's all about the calories that they have food here. There's no need to devote everyone to find food everywhere else. So what all else do I need here? Princess, you need a crossroads. And to find my lost friend, we have to join the Heartcatchers. To join Heartcatchers, gotta bury some deaths around. So guess it's down to full-on exploration mode and hope I get lucky. Hull or hold? Nothing in the holds. Crew. I need crew. I also need a cannery, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe could pick up some baggage handlers, Vales 45, Vales 65, Gorgonzola, Iron 65, Saintfire, Vales, the Vala, Cauldron Hat of Sage, 18 damage, Heat 25. Or the Marauders could stop being jerks and give me one of their own guns. Not exactly keen on spending money. That means less money for me. Alright, right, crew. I just said need crew. And I don't have enough crew for full steam. That is currently the hour of leaving. Alright, the rubbery. Got the rubbery passenger too. 14 crew. Alright, so who have we got? Insert one below, insert one below. Back to 3 crew who now need names. Picked up on the 16th of August, 1906. One is going to be Hino the First and Hino the Second have already died. So Hino the Third is on the manifest. Who else have I not named? What about a Sniffalo? Been ages since Sniffalo was about, but I'll give them a name. And one more. Who else is VIP status? Who have I VIPized? Actually, have it up right here. Roles. Din and I first started watching each other over Sunless Skies, so that would be appropriate. Din, parentheses, not dinner, close parentheses. Alright, that's all 14 crew currently active. Now I shall depart. The only thing is that 14 crew is a lot of mouths to feed. 12 already is. Kalamo's channel. So going to make stops for Hermits, Derelicts, and Crossroads, definitely. I don't know how to spawn Crossroads. Does they pop up whenever? The Princess does hint, maybe the one to the south of the relay station. But the relay station is that. There is no south of. But maybe someplace around the Picaroon terminus? If she mentions it, then maybe it means that that area has a slightly higher chance. of spawning crossroads, because some areas do have a higher rate of spawning X or Y. Certain monsters more keen to pop in certain areas, certain discoveries. Like I'll always get rocks to mine around Lustrum. Though I guess what the cavi's for, not just for the cute weeks, but to tell me where things potentially might be. Found nothing. Really? Nothing? Oh, is that the port? Is that the port to Caduceus, where that moon is? And here I thought my cavi was being useful. Caduceus, where's your port? No, really, where is it? Other end. If they didn't want me to get lost, they wouldn't have rotated it. Wait, I think I also forgot to get my port reports back in die. Palace of Roses. And since I haven't got any soul flaws, could get initiated right away. Admitted to the mysteries. So now I can grab a port report. Because soul is neither light or cold. The ebullient decadent, ebullient decadent. Poet with a tangle of violent red hair, staring at you. Captain, he calls. Captain, he beams at you. You'll have heard of me, or my poems. Although perhaps he haven't, I get censored so. His eyes are wide and wild. My muse is disapproved of. I came to Eleutheria to be inspired, and my god I have been. I have written panegyrics to our dark star, odes to the maiden who presides here, but I cannot get published in London. He sniffs, frowns, smiles once more. Please take my latest to my publisher's storages in London. It is better than my last, but they won't have read it. Pass it off as yours. Please say you will. He pushes a sheaf of yellowing pages into your hand. Thank you. So he wants London. Bazaar. Souls. 4 souls. Supply 5 more souls. New fashion has moved on, so Bohemians are selling the souls they've collected. To sell to the devil waiting at the gates. For 2 Eleutherian mysteries. Okay, 4 fuel, 2 food. Maybe I'll see if there's any Scorn Flukes at the World of the Wolf. Not the World of the Wolf, whichever well this is. And give an immediate upgrade. Can I upgrade to it yet? Because it takes 65 hearts now. I have 52 hearts. take what, 3 more levels? If they get 5 and 5, primary focus on hearts. And then a 3rd level for either +3 or +5. Just neumed out, didn't she? Get some heat back. Outbreak of heart sickness. How could you guys afford to get heart sickness with the senior scrivener firing right at us? Succumb and write. Failed. Heat, thank you, heat. Took long enough, 2 fueled and 2 food. Scrivener pen, bronze wood. Recover sheaves of parchment for experience and inspiration or a vision of heaven. Share knowledge. Scraps of age knowledge for a Syrian enigma. Need 7 scraps of knowledge. Which I'll also want with the Lament of whatever it was of the Forge of Souls. Lamentation of Mists, whatever she's called. Experience, inspiration, just visions of heaven. And that took what? That took 2 fuel to fight 1 senior scrivener. So I don't know if, even if I do find a Scorn Fluke at this well, if I had the resources required to fight it with this thing, with this little piddly thing. A black spine. Fluke spore. Ooh. Are there flukes here? Langley Hall isn't too far away, so if I do need to resupply, it's right over there. I'll need to, because I'll need 1 fuel. So far since leaving Pan, I found 0 derelicts, 0 hermits. Still haven't found a crossroads, not even for the princess. And money running low, only have 2450 sovereigns. 5 fuel. That'll do. And if I see nothing after run the well, then back to Pan, sell some port reports. Then try again. Bear in mind though that when I not sell my deaths, but bury those deaths, they don't have to be in Eleutheria. I could bury it in a homestead in the Reach, and there's plenty of wrecks around the Reach too. Oh, the blobby thing to my right will be about where the well is. It's a cool well. Din was too frightened to go into it. But the only danger there is getting a good story. I hear a Scorn Fluke. A Scorn Fluke currently attacking something. There you are. Attacking a Dowser. Spine Fluke, go away. The luck in that dodge went right between the whole volley. Okay, then leave it be, because I don't want the Scorn Fluke to despawn. Aggroing me? It's aggroing me! Now aggroing both. Hey, one Dowser down. Hull repairs, higher hearts, only 78% chance. Leave it. Things are a bit too precarious here. You know what's cool? Even if you don't want to use Around the Heavens, or if you've already got one, it's worth keeping your Nightmares on level 2 and hunting some Scorn Flukes periodically, because those things sell for 3,000 each at port. You could do several prospects with lots and lots of commodities to earn 3,000, or one Scorn Fluke, convert to Wrath of Heavens, and sell it. I think somebody was watching a couple years back saying, but you've already got the Wrath of Heavens, why make it another one? Because dude, it's 3,000 each. That Cantankery is just chilling. Chilling because it knows I miss. Several very easy shots in a row. Oh, that's unfair. That should have hit. Is okay. Wrath the Heavens. As you look upon the spasming remains of the scorned fluke, you remember an idea that has seethed in your dreams of late. A contrivance. No, a weapon. One engineer follows you towards the corpse. The rest watch nervously from your engine. Between two folds of flesh, you find a ripe, tumorous mass, bristling with undying spines. The tumor seems to be impervious to the rotting death of the fluke's body. The engineer passes a saw. The canker quivers resentfully, but it cannot respond to the indignities you inflict upon it. Aboard, you bite it in metal, and tame it with the correspondence. It flares with sullen pleasure. And now I have one around the heavens. And now I think I'll go back to Pan. Cry havoc. Dogs in my aunt's gallery now. Aunt's galley? The galley is smothered in flour. Every wall, every surface, every object is covered with a fine layer of it, including your aunt. Especially your aunt. White motes float lazily through the air, while your aunt struggles to get a hold of the inadvisably big dog, who appears to be under the impression that they're playing a game. He is your responsibility, she hisses. Deal with him. Help your aunt catch him. Lob balls of dough at the dog. Catch the inadvisably big dog with his favorite game. You bounce lumps of raw sourdough off the dog until it takes notice and snags one of the balls from the air. You attach a leash to his collar when he trots over to spit his prize into your waiting palm, all under the irate scrutiny of your aunt. Again, who was leaving curly black hairs on my drinks? I know it's one of these. Derelict. Dispose of a death in the... Bales gives a 42% chance success. You could hide it on the wreck if the wreck remains intact long enough for you to get in and out. Unlock with one crew. I do have an excess of crew. It's a 42% chance success. That's like right under a coin flip. See? It's good. Nobody has to die. The wreck groans alarmingly. You conceal the jar within the nest of pipework behind the boiler, and hurry back to your engine, leaving the death at its new grave. 2 more deaths to dispose of. Amber. What kind of amber? A golden amber and a curator. I would fight the curator, but I've only got 1 food left and 2 fuel. So it behooves me to get back to port. But hey, 2 more golden ambers and I can enter the Spire of Inches without needing to sacrifice the Syrian Enigma, which I'm now out of anyway. So, unless I find a crossroads, I think what I'll do is head back to the Reach, and then to Albion to finish other stuffs. Still gotta find the bathysphere after all. And I'm no longer carrying the masked citizen as a passenger. So I might be able to pick somebody else up. Discover the Cypress Grove, having visited the Cypress Grove numerous times already. Hour of leaving. can't benefit from it, but that's okay because some hours are really terrible. Port reports. Convert scraps of ancient knowledge to Eleutherian mysteries. Nah. Just port reports to mysteries. 15 mysteries total. And nothing else to need here, right? Bombazine to the House of Rods and Chains. And souls for Caduceus. I got lucky that time, but I don't have any souls. Bronzewood for Avon I can do. Gemstones. I'll just cancel the gemstones. Wrath of Heavens someday. I mean, look at this, look at this, look at this. Night market, right? Night market. Sell from bank. Or no, not night market. Engineering? Engineering. Sell from bank. Oh, it's 1,000! Did they drop the price or have I forgotten? But still, 1,000 sovereigns for one weapon is still a pretty good deal. That's very good. You could sell the Syrian Enigma by itself for like 650, I think. So if we choose to convert it to a Wrath of Heavens, that's good money. Let me see though. Bombazine for the House of Rods and Chains. Just 3. Okay, so Bombazine to the House of Rods and Chains. And I should be able to find something en route, and if not, then I'll simply head on down to the Empyrean and make my way back home. House of Rods and Chains is north-northwest, right? It is. East-west, same thing. If you go west long enough, it becomes east. Alright, what about? Now that you've found and fought a Scorn Fluke, what else do you need? Was that the fight you'd hoped for? Did you know that King Gesser once wrestled a giant tiger? It seems a battle with the monster is already well out of mind. Can you imagine man versus tiger? I've never even seen a tiger, not a real one. I would love to see one. We could show Altan too. He nods towards a corpse, which he propped upright against the wall. It is wearing a top hat adorned with a particularly garish feather. There are no tigers native to the heavens. If you want to see one, you'll have to fight a magician, one skilled with mirrors. Perhaps a magician at Palmer and Plenty's could assist. You know, I was thinking that magician at Palmer and Plenty is also what the Pernickety Factor wants. Pernickety Factor, passenger. Do I still have the psalmists on board as passengers? Possessions, passengers. 1 Pernickety Factor, a gaggle of psalmists, the navigator's friend, and the rubbery passengers. I keep forgetting to turn the rubbery passenger for money. Oh well. The rubbery passenger gets to see the heavens with me then. Now, all the things is Cavius finding his way out of way. That's a wall. Despite all evidence to the contrary, I don't want to go into walls. Just a rock. Kathy, anything better around here? Apart from this library, don't be the library. Ooh, actually, there's something over in the Dementine Reach. Maybe I'll still be there when I come back. There is a thing here, but I can't reach said thing, can I? Is it all the way deep inside here? I don't think that's even accessible, because that's a bit of an environment that it's stuck into. I'd have to go all the way around to interact with that library. Gonna guess this thing is just an extinguishment. No, Flotsam. Oops, meant to scavenge. L, R, same thing, rep and R. The candle wind again. There's another thing far to the right, but let me snag this library first. Got plenty of fuel to allow me. The things I do to pick up some new books. Now to see what this is all the way up there. Scout found nothing. What about the library? I mean, ultimately, you're just dropping deaths off in different places, right? Dropping it off in a wreck, in a homestead, in a hermit's hut, so why not drop it off at a library? Unsettled dreams. Make sense of them. Seek company. 78% chance success. Failed. And gained 5 terror. I don't think my crew is going to be very happy with that. Just more Celestial Ruins. Celestial Ruins that I can't drop the death off at. 4 inspiration. 4 visions of heaven to 1 moment of inspiration. Slightly better conversion rate than with the Grievers, but I think I'll tarry. I'm at terror 50, so gotta tarry for the terrors. Or not. Make repairs with mirror skills, uncanny specimen, scribble some verses, get repairs. Terror has fallen. Cool. By 5. This is Anthus Moon. Way off in the distance. But gotta stop by the House of Rotten Chains first. There's a derelict. We've already used a derelict. Maybe we can grieve for the dead. Mourn the dead. It is proper. Drop terror a slight bit more. More Grievers. But the Grievers are useless to me because they don't have a cannery. The next time I'm in Pan, it is definitely going to be with the cannery. Gonna come back here, armed, to strip all these Grievers of the Navarrete gemstones. Don't hit. Ayy. Let's straight. Oh, of course I can't go straight. Alright, so guess when I go back to the Empyrean, I'll go by way of the Xanthus Moon to pick up whatever that is out in the distance. What about dropping a death off in the vats way down at the bottom of the carapace? Or the House of Rods and Chains? Commingling, witness the lament of Axial. To drop terrors a little bit. House of Rods and Chains, back into the house. Attend the lament again, but inside. Report. Pretty sure that... Was it the House of Rods and Chains that the Khan wants a report on? Munitions, I'll take munitions. It costs 200 sovereigns or 3 munitions to leave. If you buy munitions at the market price, it's a 20 sovereign discount. But 40, 40, 40, it's 40 cheaper to leave. Okay, out we go. Towards here. Wait, the moon thing is gone. Aww. It doesn't persist? The lunula. Is it an actual, like, biological term? Lunula? The white area at the base of the fingernail. Or one pair of a parenthesis. Really? I've heard that called brackets or parentheses, but a lunula for 1/2 of a parentheses pair? That is weird. Jargon is very weird, like people who insist that cows are not cows but cattle, and so there is no such thing as a singular cattle unless you want to specify a specific age or breeding phase or how many bulls it has, if any. Nah, man, it's a cow. Three Griever Guts. Decipher sigils. I think this might be more moments of inspiration than I need, but I will. Now what's hiding here? Oh, just more amber. It's alright, I'll take it. Golden in the curator? Oh, just regular amber? What if I painted golden? Will they notice if I paint the amber gold? On me anyway. It's alright, got my holder pair back. Eat that, Griever. Oh, is that a crossroad? It is a rare crossroad. Here's the thing though, I could bribe the measurer to dispose of death in a jar. But I think it's either or. I think it's either or. I can choose to dispose of the death here, or help the princess. I think I'm leaving Pan anyway, so I might as well help the princess while I'm here. I left an old thing in Piranesi as the incognito princess to you both. But if I go in the main doors of that beastly place, I can't leave. You need to change to do so, and I'll only do that on my terms. The measurer listens and makes his demand. The princess looks to you and smiles. Sure, I'll pay the unlicensed chart. The measurer takes a chart and holds it, as if it could ascertain its merit by its mere weight. Seemingly satisfied, it produces a candle made of beeswax. Oh, St. Solanus' candle, says the princess, clapping her hands in delight. How ideal. St. Solanus, a rebellious story cast into a well. Head to Piranesi, says the measurer. Light it. It will take you to your old self. The path will remain open as long as a tale of terror is being told. The measurer passes it to the princess, then takes her hand. When you come into power, remember me, it says. I will try, she says, but if I do that, I may remember that you touched me without permission. Her smile is without malice, but not without threat. Wishes to head to Piranesi, so I guess I gotta stay here a bit longer. Make conversation, secondment. All is fine then, for the time being. See, this is part of why I like the Empyrean so much more. London makes an artificial star, and it's filled with hate and turns everyone in range of the glass. The Empyrean wants to light their sky. They make a moon out of electricity, and it's all perfectly placid. Join the right. How far away am I? A little bit far, but should survive. Before the engineers can be welcomed back, their names must be restored. After that, they will want a good hearty meal. While working on the moon, they have to make do with only plain rice. Each engineer's name is held by a loved one, who steps forward holding a wax scroll. Each scroll is soaked in a cup of wine until the ink runs from it and mingles with the liquid. Each engineer drinks the wine. The crowd erupts in delight. The engineers turn eagerly to what you have brought. They've had moon rations for weeks. Your fungal crackers, wrinkled apples, and pungent slabs of cheese are like a feast. They're delighted to gift you a memento, the deployment for it. One of the moon's broken, burnt-out lanterns. It is said they bring good luck. Join the Imperials, return to engines, and disperse. But then nothing else going on, right? Have to come back later. Then straight shot from the moon to the Empyrean before I starve. Oops. Didn't crash. Welcome to chat room. That's a weird message. I've been in chat room. Didn't drop, did you? No. Same 3-hour, 25-minute duration. Just Twitch weirdness then. Okay, so not leaving yet. Piranesi is all the way to the north. Money is okay. Money's fine. And this gives Eleutheria one more chance to produce for me across rows. Lane of Lions and Unicorns. Bazaar, take my bombazine. Oh, bargains available. That's me buying from them. That's fine. It's never a bad time to carry more bombazine. Empyrean, give me those good repairs. Join ceremonies. How's Terra now? 32? Perfectly fine. Has it been long enough? Could I come back? been long enough. Go to the Ovu, return skies. 69% chance to navigate in the dark. Failed. To gain 5 more terrors. Oh, they don't like me enough here yet to let me spend the night in the Ovu. Should have stopped by the bespectacled official first. Drop off my intelligence on the house. Now the Eagle considers me an informant. Currently, Khan wants the House of Rods and Chains again. Easy enough. And I don't have any port reports, do I? Eleutheria, House of Rods and Chains, Blue Kingdom, port reports, Avon, Circus, Leadbetters, and Hybris. So no port reports here. I don't get port reports for here though, do I? There we go, port report for the Empyrean. I rarely go to the embassy, so I guess I always miss this one. Respite isn't actual respite, no terror drops. Warn the ambassador. How am I to help the embassy? What I could do though is donate Dowser engines. Oh right, I killed one but didn't loot it. So I didn't get the plaque. Let's go then. House of Rods and Chains, then Piranesi, maybe Pan, then back. Going 115 school zone. Should be straight shot from here. Straight up battlefield here. 2 Dowsers and an Empyrean Outrider. 3 Dowsers. And that thing's keeping up with me. It's keeping up with me going sideways. It was keeping up with me going 150% speed. My aiming is impeccable. There's a thing out to the right. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I'll get lucky and it'll be a second crossroads. It probably won't be. Crossroads are so extraordinarily rare here. Mechanical bat, what do you find? Cabby. Nothing to report. It is! Oh my goodness, that's so lucky. 2 crossroads in one day within the same hour. Bribe the Measurer to dispose of a death in a jar. They stalk the Pass and routes of Eleutheria, and must know countless hiding places, of course. They do nothing for free. It's just what, 1 otherworldly artifact? The Measurer reaches out a glove, stiff-fingered hands. That click bonily against the jar. In exchange for the curious artifact in your possession, it promises to place a jar at the far end of a certain invisible distance, where none but its kind ever go. Only 1 more death to dispose of. And that should be any hermitage that I come across. And those are significantly more common than crossroads. I've had the fantastic luck once of spending an entire day looking for a crossroad. And you know how many I found? 0. Is that a curator right here? I do believe I might have heard a curator. Who are you fighting? Curator versus Smack That Beauty. Hi. Bye. Not a very smart species, curators, are they? Ah, never mind. It went around. Okay, it's up against the wall. These things are weakest when they're up against the wall, because all they do now is fly away from you. The old curators used to be so vicious when they were smaller. They would fly up on you, they wouldn't let up. And now they back away constantly. Poor things. Substantially reduced terror. I kinda gotta. And an uncanny specimen. Oh my goodness. Is that the meta now? Hunting curators is how you to reduce terror in Eleutheria. Oh, that's so tragic. They've gone from the fiercest hunters in the sky to my terror drop farm thing. It's okay, curators. I still remember when you were cool. I shall carry on that memory. And then I guess if nothing else, the new art is pretty. It looks scary, but they really aren't anymore. Here I need a port report, and away I go. Goodbye. Turn to the broken carapace, then carapace out. Should be half decent chance at getting hermitages around this area. If I can find a hermit, then we could finish off with the hard catchers. Maybe not quite within this hour, but we can finish it before we leave. Oh, the sun is what my Cavi found. Thanks, Cavi. All he found was a giant eyeball to bring my terrors all the way back up, having just reduced it. I should be a little bit cautious with my food, because Piranesi's got nothing around it. Yes, more amber. Is it gonna be gold? What's it gonna be? Red. Amber would have been exciting, because if you get gold amber, it seems like gold amber always spawns a curator along with it. Five fuel, 3 food, to get to Piranesi and back to Pan. Gotta get over this mountain, I think. Or is this a break in the mountain? Cool. But still no hermitage. Scorn flew, go away, or old news. We've already got the Wrath of Heavens. Yes, that Wrath of Heavens, you'd all seen it. Mostly, I lack the searing enigma needed to get a second Wrath of Heaven to sell. And that's more of the map exposed, more routes illuminated. What is that right in front of me? Is that a hermit? No, that isn't. That's just a rock. There's a bit of glow on the rock, so I thought maybe it was something. Alright, so has it been enough of a fortnight? Curator's treasure troves. Looted for the curator that damaged his locomotive. Just enough space. Prison and cottage. Princess, I do have a tale of terror. The incognito princess left a silly old thing in the most secure prison of the skies. She wants it back. When I was a lesser person than I am now, explains the princess, as we approached the prison, I had awful habits. I went through a phase that was best described as monstrous. Too much wild red honey, I'm afraid. Perhaps it was all for the best, she says. If I hadn't gone through that awkward stage, I wouldn't have ended up where I am today. However, before I can safely move on, I need to tidy up. As such, it really can't be alive anymore. I just won't stand it. So, we have the candle and a tail. We could begin, she says. She pulls out the candle, places it on the floor and lights it. She gestures at you, and you start to recite the tale of terror. From the flame's tip grows a large, tear-shaped door of red and orange. The princess claps her hands in glee. Hold this. I don't want to risk ruining it. I fear fisticuffs will follow, she says, passing you her tiara. Wait for my return. It'll only be a few minutes. She skips through the doorway. You stand there, with only a tiny flame, an incongruous door, and a rambling, terrifying narrative for company. Soon, you are joined by the most dangerous of companions. An idea. I could trap the princess, because she needs me to keep telling the story to escape. But it's 33% chance success. She's my officer, we're helping her out. Let's not trap the princess. It's best not to meddle. The princess steps through the rift, happy and triumphant, or rather happier, and more triumphant than usual. She is dragging a leviathan skin of monstrous appearance. It must have once covered some gargantuan insectoid beast. Oh, I just can't believe I was ever seen in this, she says, working its jaw like a puppet. All fashion seems tawdry in hindsight. Don't worry, it's dead now. I killed it. It is now my special rug. She takes her tiara from you, places it on the brow of her skin, laughs at the sight of it, then returns it to her own head. While I'm here, maybe get more Deformer time, because Deformer was what, at a 3 now? For Deference 2? Port report. An inspiration to the pragmatic vigilante. Except that did nothing last time. Unless I just keep on feeding him more inspiration until he finally decides to change shape. New, nastier shape. Unless it just converts inspiration to 5 savage secrets, in which case... not the best exchange rate. But he has altered himself further, so maybe there is an end state. Fall of Deformer. Persuade prisoner to enter tunnel. Success, +2, should be 5 now. 5 deference to the Deformer. Press the Deformer for information. You've built something of a relationship. What might he tell you about Piranesi and the other chaplains? Don't trust the Performer. You may have learned that already. The Deformer scratches at one of his unidentifiable protrusions. As for the Conformer, Piranesi made her forget who she used to be. Try not to remind her. And the Reformer, well... The Deformer frowns. A full-bodied frown. Several eyes vanish entirely among the folds. The oldest. The one for whom this prison was built. The one who changed him most severely. And for all that he prattles about redemption, he never mentions that he was once the worst of monsters. Imprisoned here for depravities beyond my understanding. Thefts of hope. Perversion of worlds. Several extinctions. Ah, he was a capitalist. Leave Piranesi. Something's following us? Oh well. Let the chaplain know that you become prey. Not to worry, just one of the abominations they had a hand in creating, nothing serious. Then don't look back, there's no prompt to anyway. Reformer, I think, I have like 1 rapport with. Conformer. Haven't spent any time with the Conformer this time. Eavesdrop on the questions. Approach a brittle servitor. Agree to help, refuse to help. Why not? Eavesdrop on questions. Sky stories. Leave. Nothing came from the Conformer. Alright, 2-pan then. 2-pan, unless I find anything resembling a hermitage between here and there. Way up at Langley Hall. Maybe might be a hermitage. Hermitages show up so many places in Eleutheria. Two somethings within line of each other. Burrower again. Failure, lost supplies and fuel. Oh well. Maybe get lucky and there'll be a hermitage here. Souls. See, that's why you gotta get your mirrors as high as you can. It's good for so many skill checks, but primarily... 0 fuel... supplies of me. They have no chill. At all. Alright, in this case, Gonna see what this moon is, and then just full speed back to Pan before I starve, because this is not enough food for Pan. Hermit? Hermit the frog here? Or is this just the wreck of something? That's just the wreck of the Behringer. It's cool, but it's not what I need. Fuel, how generous. Full speed then. Before we start eating each other. Although, if I remember, you don't start eating each other right away. You do skill checks to maintain your hunger. If you're lucky, you could prolong your hunger a fair bit. But when is luck ever on my side? Burrower consuming my food, heart sick crew eating all my food. Even going at full speed, we're not going to make it in time. And that's it. Officially 0 food. Ich hab Hunger. Hunger? It's been 5 years since my introduction to Deutsch, so if I butcher German, oh well. Half a decade is plenty of time to lose a language. Lean and hallowed. The crew are starving. Hollow faces and wide wolfish eyes. How the cold bites at your narrowed bodies. Hard as diamond and sharp as tooth. How could you stop this damn shivering? Work alongside the crew. 89% chance success. Can toil warm you, can companionship. The exertion gets your blood pumping, and you feel almost warm again. But the crew are quiet as they work beside you. Are they comforted by your presence, or stifled by it? Well, don't stress too much, crew. We're almost at Pan. It's right over here. We're in Pan proper. That's it. That's a bridge. We just gotta make it to the port proper. Behold, there's a city. There's a Brazen Brigade just round this corner. And we've reached salvation. Hour of Pan, hour of leaving. It's just constant hour of leaving. Since I have more than 14 crew, or 14 crew, more than 12 crew. Tea for Aklis? 5 caddies of tea? Do I have 5 caddies of tea? I have 4 caddies of tea. But Aklis sells tea too, so... Night market. And Aklis should be south of here. 1,000 sovereigns. Any other prospects to make money with? No, just souls for Caduceus when I only have the one. Caduceus doesn't need souls. They can get by without it. Why is Crepusculo lit up? Anyway, to Aklis. Aklis once, or twice I should go. Tally ho. A mystery thing to the left there. Well, I got food now. There's no harm in checking it out now. Though this close to Pen, it might not be a hermit. It might, actually. I've seen hermits that close. Ow. Again, within the bounds of Pan, a monster that caliber. That's the only thing that might be. Oh, right, just an extinguishment. Just an extinguishment? Turned around just for an extinguishment? Okay, if I bear to the left, that'll be nearly straight shot to Aklis. Thing to left? Is it hermits? Nope, even better. Amber. Is it gold amber? Blue. Too blue. Cavi found nothing. It swears at its great-grandmother's honor. It will do better next time. Cavi is too sweet. Cavi is already doing honor to its grandmother, I promise. Next stop, Aklis. For at least a minute. If I had to choose any place in Sunless Skies to live, it would definitely be Aklis. Helped the Ringbreaker urchins. Failed. And lost 2 crew. With their assistance, the Ringbreakers managed to chase off the attackers, but the damage is done. Cracks speared through the monastery's walls, raining dust from above. Sigrid calls a retreat, and her urchin guards return to the port to lick their wounds. Unfortunately, not all your crews survived the encounter. Speaking of survival, I forgot one desperate thing, or one important thing. I've kept track of 1 and 2 dying, but didn't mark it on the death counter. Did I? There we go, 14 dead. I think for the spirit of the death counter, should I include retirements as deaths? Nah. Okay, so 2 died defending the Aklis Monastery. Out of 14 crew, who finally bid it? Crew number 1 and 9. Oh no, crew number 1. That's Chad. Died defending Aklis Monastery. And number 9, oh sorry Robbie, that's Hawkeye Pierce. Rip Chad. Thought for sure Chad was gonna make it. Now Mr. Krabs is the only original crewman left from the 14th of March. Chad, and Hawkeye. Good news is, with 12 crew, I haven't got to feed as many people. Mr. Krabs is in need number 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Down to crew. That's out of 14. That's out of 14. Oh, I forgot to mark how many was the total crew when Hino the Second died. Oh well. And this is when? The 25th September. 1906. 14th of March, 1905. The 25th September. 1 year. Is it 1.5 years? Almost. More death, you know? It is. Which is fine, because that brings us to 12 crew out of 18. Is that 17 deaths now? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 17 deaths if I don't count the retirement. Been extra sloppy about marking them off on the death counter. Alright, so what's here? Bazaar wants tea. I was hoping they were selling more tea here, but it's just bronzewood. Since bronzewood is semi-common now, and I do have a drill. That's right, Hino. Hino the Third is now finally on the chopping block. Which probably won't be too bad. Lots of people survived for a long time. I mean, Chad was there since the 14th of March, and only just now died. Mr. Krabs is still alive since the 14th of March of last year. Cray Anderson, 20th April 1905. Hordian, 8th of June. So it's only a rate of about half the crew dying. That's pretty good odds. Report for Raklis. House of Silks. Used to be you could sit down the hookah pipe, and for 10 sovereign a puff, could reduce all of your terror to 0. Aklis was the place to be in Eleutheria, but they nerfed it. Terror fallen. You have smoked too recently. Excessive consumption is discouraged. Doesn't really change too much though. A game with the Ringbreakers? We'll see. There you go. That's more Terror Fallen. You haven't completely reduced Aklis to nothing. Fail better. Okay, now I want to find a Hermitage, because if I find a Hermitage I could finish off the thing for the Wassits behind me. Anyplace else, Cavi? Scout complains about the cold, has found nothing. Nothing but my eternal adoration and affection. I mean, just look at this thing. It's a guinea pig in a helmet. Maybe I'll steal that image, that icon, to use for the sub count icon. The cavi in a helmet. The cavalry. Cavi found nothing. That night, a lengthy written apology is pushed under your door. Isn't he the most adorable? He's an absolute peach. Is this Hermit? It is Hermit! Okay, that's it. That's cool. So I could finish off the masked citizens part of finding my lost friend. Entrust a death to the Hermit. They look probably trustworthy. Perhaps you can convince them to look after the death in the jar. You don't say what's in it, of course. Instead, you invent some pretentious gibberish that the Hermit is enthralled. They hide the jar in the back of their cave, promising to care for it until the day the last star dies. Good. Good. You have disposed of all 3 deaths. And it's almost never that easy and that quick. It took all afternoon, but that counts as quick, okay? And now, princess. So, what now? The incognito princess's cabin. In the incognito princess's cabin, the poetical suitor and the analytical suitor are stripping the skeletons of starlings of their flesh. Arranging the bones by type, size, length, and so on. The princess passes time admiring her ring. Eventually she notices you, and sometime after that she remembers to speak with you. One final step before the big day. And this is more politeness. I am a princess, of course. She points at her tiara to remind you. So politeness is very much my thing. She needs to find a way into the tomb of the prince consort to say goodbye to her father. Drifting. Oh no, it's all foggy up ahead. Haven't charted this far of the sky before. Hopefully it's nothing too... Nope, that's a crash. Crash. Is that how the one Imperial Outrider got stuck in the wall too? Then clear sailing. They are left, then right on in. Train to Pan, calling at the Heartcatcher's Garden. Baby Grievous gonna wake up. Bear left. Exit left, pursued by a bear. Nurseries. When the acceptance of the Heartcatchers, tell the green-fingered old warhorse you have disposed of 3 unwanted deaths. You hand over the empty box, and begin to tell him where you dispose of the deaths it contained. He raises his hand. No. It's best no one knows, especially me. There's already too much I'd rather forget. He leads you along the thorny hedge that encloses the inner gardens. A single archway. made from the binds and tangles of wary, fully grown heart catchers, allows entry. As you step through, the heads among the leaves bow. Death barrier, one cries in tones of deep respect. Fate breaker calls another. Friend, whispers a third. Beyond are the deeper glades where mature heart catchers hold their counsel. 1,000 experience. Offer yourself and a perilous right to aid the heart catchers. I kinda have to, don't I? If I want to seek an audience with the first heart catcher, they do not trust me enough, yet. An old heart catcher has succumbed to an insidious poison. Drastic measures are required to effect a cure. Not to put too fine a point on it, the old warhorse says, but we will need your head. He eyes your neck critically. If successful, this will allow access to the innermost grove of the heart catchers, where the oldest among them sleeps. If not, well. The game features a robust legacy system, allowing deceased captains to pass much of their progress on to those that follow. I should be alright though. How are my stats? I don't think I need iron so much as I do mirrors and hearts. But I've already got my mirrors up to, what is this? 58? Who's providing veils? Could I take people off veils? Hearts and mirrors. Veils and mirror. Or iron and mirror. So I guess it doesn't matter then, for those two. Iron and veils, heart and veils, getting more hearts. Mirrors I'm pretty sure I need. Alright, so let's do this then. Offer my head. The old warhorse explains the problem. One of the heart catchers has been poisoned by doubt, and we have been unable to arrest the toxin's progress. All but one of its fruits have contracted the poison, and if the last one succumbs, the entire plant will die. We need you to masquerade as one of its fruit, and fortify the remaining head. The process is not without danger, he confesses. First, you are asked to inhale mist from a copper bowl. Vapor to the Aclean marsh, the old warhorse explains. It's for the best. Your world disjoints. Events separate into isolated moments, each untroubled by sensation or emotion. A lamplit grove, ringed by veiled gardeners. The heads of a heart catcher looking down at you, speaking with tongues of fire. The old warhorse advancing with a set of gardening shears. Observe how the firelight gleams upon the blades. Let what be, be. A sharp sound, like a tailor's scissors. A period of darkness. Then, you are being carried, facing backwards. You can't see where you're going, but you can see what's left behind. A body, slumped among the roots of a heart catcher. It does not look back at you. It cannot. Then you're lifted up and set among the branches of another heart catcher. Around you dangle a gallery of stern heads. The nearest is unsmiling, distinguished, and reminds you of your aunt. This is the head you are here to help. The others cluster about it like vultures. Their cheeks are veined with green poisoned. You are among the heads of a heart catcher. 67 chance success only. The poisoned fruit cluster around the healthy one like vultures. All our counsels go awry, pleads one of the handsome heads. Its sideburns speckled with gray. Another, pinched lip like a sour old lawyer, nods. Yes, that is because we're a fraud. We've pretended to know more than we do, and others, through kindness or gullibility, have believed us. A chorus of nods. The head that resembles your aunt has no answer. Challenge her assertion. No. No claim so simple can be true. The healthy head tilts to one side. My unexpected colleague makes a viable point. I must question your assertion. We've advised kings and curators and measurers. If our advice was bad, why did they return? One of the poisoned heads had fallen silent, lost in thought. Are the veins less green than they were? The other heads turned their attention to you. Who is this? The pinch-faced one demands. Are you new? A younger head, fair-haired and mournful, turns her attention back to the victim. A stranger. Someone who hasn't known you as long or as well as we have. Conceal myself, or lend the beleaguered head my sight, with only a 69% chance success. A fresh pair of eyes. Admittedly not much else at the moment, but brisk mirrors. But savage secrets I got loads of. You learned a trick or two in your time in disguise to conceal myself. Using an old murderer's trick, you withdraw from the attention of the glowing heads. The one that looks like your aunt clears her throat, an achievement given her physiology. My associate's identity isn't important. Their point is, absolutes aren't a helpful frame for this discussion. Another poisoned head is sure of its case. The other heads grumble. Don't be dramatic. It was a little exaggeration for rhetorical effect, says a handsome head silkily. Our point was clear. We have done more harm than good. Must I list our failures? I have plenty of time. A counterpoint. The heart catchers are here to advise, not to decide. Or lend my ambition, and let her make a counterclaim to the accusations of her persecutors. Only 51% chance. It's a coin flip. This is why I have so many moments of inspiration. Take it. The head nods in his cradle of vines. This is so. We have never given advice we knew to be false. We have not wasted our cognition on matters of no significance. We have, of course, been wrong, and will be so again, but that has to be acceptable. We do not have the privilege of certainty. We are counselors, not priests. The accusers scoff. And that's enough, is it? The pinch-faced head demands. To try, and to falter. As long as we did our best, that's what matters. Never mind those who fail. The handsome head looks to her, pityingly. Do you really believe that? Response. Is it enough? The level up says yes. I believe it more so than I don't, she answers. Marginally. And that will have to do. A couple of other heads nod, convinced. The pinch-faced head is one of them. Perhaps it will, he says. The green tinge has faded from his cheeks. The majority of the heads are still poisoned. The heart catcher's not cured. But maybe it could manage. Sometime later, during the hour of knots, the green-fingered old warhorse retrieves your head. There's another bloody and elaborate rite in the lamp-lit grove. With a complex series of stitches, your head is restored to your shoulders. You are left with a persistent itch around the base of your neck. It will endure to the end of your days. And since spoilers, my days are going to extend at least 300 years. The Devils of Caroline claim to be experts in the assessment and improvement of the soul. Describe mine as pungent, febrile, unappetizing. What's happened to my soul now? It's become fermented. The soul appears faintly bubbling in its bottle, its pungent odor, and indifferent to taboo. Alright. But now that I've lost my head and got it back, I have access and privilege, the oldest of the heart catchers. You are led to the roots of a gnarled heart catcher. And down a tunnel of stone, the green-fingered old warhorse stops. I am permitted no further. You go on alone, into a wide space, half cave and half chamber. An immense, creaking heart catcher fills it. The oldest of the heart catchers is a crooked tree, roofed with rattling leaves. Stone props support its vast branches, keeping their weight from toppling it. All but one of its heads has grown huge, grown old, and died. Now they are great, grinning skulls. The last living head rests on an altar. It is as big as you are tall, lank-haired, stone-gray, graven with wrinkles. It sleeps. So it's basically the face of Bo then. Hey, some guy. In a hat. I got this rough patch on my elbow. Not sure what from. And that constantly itches, so I could imagine how maddening that might be. What about drinking from the waters first? Then asking what is a courtesy. If I end up running out of Eleutherian mysteries, I do have reports I can give back. Periodically, the last head has woken up and wept. The tears have scored its face, cut grooves into the altar, and worn away the floor to make a silver pool. A new facet, the witness, but because of the random nature of what facets you get post-Sovereign, I may never see that facet. The unlock may be the only time I ever get to be aware of its existence. A bowl has been set beside the pool. You drink. The waters are cold and sharp with salt. A melancholy floods you, and you slump at the pool's edge. The bowl falls from your hands. You dream. You see a blazing golden sun, so close it fills the sky. It shudders. It dims. You watch as it withdraws its fires into itself, becoming sullen, crimson coals. Its surface cools, scabbing over the black crust. Shadows flood this region of the sky. When you wake, the head's eyes, gray as ghosts, are watching you. The story you tell might not be the one that others hear, it says. Its eyes close again. Could I go back in? I can go back in. I do have enough mysteries. Alright, so about the courtesy. The second storyteller has seen the deaths of stars at the turn of aeons. It has mastered death. Surely, it will not be afraid to answer. The great head opens its eyes. It tells you a tale, slowly at first, then quicker, like a stone rolling downhill, of a war that broke out between the stars and how, when the first star died, they paused. To end the war, they made a courtesy, an agreement which set out the terms and rituals under which one star can kill another. And to ensure the courtesy was kept, the storyteller stops. If it tells you the rest of the story, it fears what you will do with it. I have learned my lesson, it says, and it will speak no more. Its eyes close. You leave. You had better tell the masked citizen what you have learned. Speaking of, where was Mr. Menagerie last? Right. Alms World, he said. So that's over by the Royal Society. What amazing luck. It's actually shown up. Old one from before, old one from before, old one from before. Long arm of the law? Nah, be a witness. You served the heart catchers. You drank from the tears of the second storyteller and saw sun turn to night. It is said that those who bear witness to the treachery of his son are thereafter either afflicted with poetry or the profane. Which did you receive? Poetry, surely. What recourse is left after seeing the impossible and the unthinkable? What the mind cannot encompass, the poet makes palatable. Or profanity, nothing is sacred, nothing abides. There is no law that cannot be broken, no house that cannot be brought to ruin, no promise that cannot be a lie. But I do, low-key, also need more hearts. Plus, Plus, got to see a sun turn to night. How could you not use poetry to describe it? Maybe it could inspire some profane thing, but I go with poetry. And now to pen proper, pick up that masked citizen. What level am I now? 13? 13. Cypress King. For mysteries? Now I'll keep my secrets. But Masked Citizen, inform the citizen about what you have learned. The courtesy is a pact between the stars, which delineate the rules by which the suns may murder one another. They give a hollow laugh, and run a shaking hand over their eyes. As below, so above. And now, I hesitate to mention my idea. I would rather know no more. I would rather forget what I have learned already. But it occurred to me, if we want to know the sun's dirty secrets, we should ask a sun who has turned his coat. They point to the sable quarter of the sky where Eleutheria's midnight sun seethes. We could seek an audience with the hat at the House of Rods and Chains, and, thanks to you, we now have a better idea what to ask. Ah, right, forgot this step of the plan. So I do have to go into the Spire of Inches, which means either getting 2 more Glitter and Amber, or spending the Searing Enigma I just picked up off the level up. Timing. Bazaar, seeds for Aklis. Again? Don't I have seeds for Aklis? Not just for Mausoleum. Do I even have seeds? 4 seeds only. Grab it and cancel it. Food is alright for the trip to Aklis, not back to the House of Rods and Chains. House of Rods and Chains. Isn't that what the Khan wants right now? Request House of Rods and Chains. So if I'm headed back that way anyway, then alright. Cypress King. Go ahead, take my stories. And I guess I'll finally see what this moon is. If it turns out there was a hermitage right here the whole time. Oh no, that's just the gentleman. Can I buy stuff here, or do I have to be inducted into the ranks of Villainy first? But I'm pretty sure most of the stuff they have here is for the sake of smuggling. Can't buy a thing here yet. Though I could use a Midnight Confessional if I had Crimson Promises, unlicensed charts. Tales of Terror don't really get used all that often. 85 sovereigns. Pennies, I got 2,000. Nothing I need here. So, a visit to the House of Rods and Chains. Speak to a dead sun. Not really a dead sun, just a dark sun. A lightless sun. Then back to the Reach. I'm afraid so, Robbie. If it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure Hawkeye... That was a monastery, right? Died defending people, or at least died defending kids to protect a monastery wall. Hey, more amber. Will it be gold? Blue! A third blue? They just keep bluing it. Goose and Maverick are both still alive. They haven't yet been separated by any means. Amazingly enough. Yet another amber. Will it be gold here? Come on. Basic common amber. If those are both gold, I would have been able to keep my Searing Enigma. Oh, there was a goal. It's not like the Crusader King series where it just puts you on the map, do whatever you want. One of the things you do when starting each new captain is not just deciding their history, but what their goals are. Some of them want fame, and for the fame captains, your goal is to travel the skies, get plenty of stories, and try to become published. For wealth, it's buy a house, put up lots of money, and throw a really lavish party, which depends on building up reputation with somebody. For the truth, your goal is twofold. First, to find your friend who's gone missing, and then to realize the mystery that your friend was trying to solve. It splits in which you can try to solve that mystery to the painful end, or you can try to escape with your friends. And both of those options are valid. And in fact, I argue that if you escape the Piranesi, it's possibly one of the best outcomes you could have. Trade gold. And between character creation and reaching that goal, you have the entire sky to explore, to survive in, to pick up new stories and try to solve those for your own benefit, or because they're cool stories. Present a tribute to the spire, a Searing Enigma. Behind it, 778 steps wind up the wall, leaving an open chimney in the middle that would be ideal if you had wings. At the very top waits a hunched figure wrapped in gauze. Are you friend or foe? Are you friend, I wonder, or foe? No matter. You may call me Mr. Barleycorn. You have proven yourself resourceful. Let us see if you could also be useful. Well, Mr. Barleycorn, I'm kind of here to speak to you about a reprieve for the Brutal Servitor. Why not? Just in case I remember back in Piranesi. A consignment of Ministry-approved literature. If I ever remember to bring books back here, consult Mr. Barleycorn. Consult the Midnight Sun about the courtesy. Music on off. Ah, poor fool. Okay, let me see. Where's our playlist? This truncated playlist now. Which one to use? Which one to use? Need to not hear the wind. Is the wind really that bad? Okay, got it.
Nano-chanが戻ってくるまでに一気に進めるよ。了解了解。総員戦闘開始。なんつって。
You know, it's an agreement with the Suns.
了解了解。もっとやります。はい。あの時あんたみおちゃん許して。
But what else? What is it that no one else will tell you? The black sun resolves until the spasming eye fills the spire's window. The distance between you and it distorts. shortening until the eye fills the sky, and you could feel the sun's pool tugging at your weight. Mr. Barleycorn hurries forward, carrying a metal bowl. It is filled with what looks like oil. Drink, and listen. You do so. The masked citizen follows suit. Wait. Oh, that's a cute emote. Your mouth begins to itch, then you feel a stab of pain. You lift your hand to it, and you feel the corner of your lips slowly split open, parting the flesh of your cheek. The citizen cries out. You see their own mouth widen, until it stretches from one side of the face to the other, then splits into two. A second mouth crawls over the cheekbone, to settle on the forehead. Your face writhes, and you hear a gasp as your new second mouth takes its first breath. Ask, instructs Mr. Barleycorn. It has ensconced itself on your forehead. You touch it, fitting familiar lips, gums, teeth, a tongue. When it speaks, though, it is not in your voice, but one of wind and fire. What is the courtesy? An agreement between sons, regulating when one of them may kill another. We knew that, the citizen shouts, and then looks appalled as Aronimel picks up the answer. An order of Logowai that were made to be an agreement, made to be the agreement's impartial arbiters. They are also charged with keeping the existence of the courtesy and the strife of the heavens a secret from lesser beings. Ask what is a courtesy just did. What are the Logowai, apart from being keepers of the courtesy? Your new mouth purses its lips, as if considering how to answer. The masked citizen is more regal and butts in. A logos is a word of living fire, it says, flames licking from its tongues, spoken into being by a judgment to fulfill a specific function. That is entirely false, says your own mouth responds. But it will do. Ask then, how does a courtesy keep its existence a secret? Did your friend fall afoul of it? You feel the heat of its voice wash across your face, as your new mouth responds. The use of fire that follows to find those who betray it, and punish them. If necessary, a logos of the courtesy will physically substantiate to finalize matters. And finally, why the sons are determined to keep the courtesy a secret. Both your and the masked citizen's second mouths fall silent, considering the question. You and the masked citizen exchange a look. Beyond the window, the black sun seethes, its attention fixed upon you. To keep up appearances, the masked citizen's original mouth says, with dawning realization, because the greatest are subject to the same follies as the least. Even the sons indulge in spite and pettiness and murder. There is no state of grace. And your new mouth says, perhaps because for every law there is a loophole. Withdraw. Mr. Barleycorn lumbers forward. Your audience is concluded. Enough. The masked citizen's second mouth snaps. Answers have been given. Understanding bestowed. We will not speak again except in one instant should it come to pass. The mouths crawl, down face and neck to position themselves more discreetly. You can feel it when your toes catch on it. Eleutheria's midnight sun withdraws gradually from the window, but the thudding pressure is of its attention still on you. If it is possible, it seems pleased. Mr. Barleycorn stands. Please leave, it says. When you return to your engine, the masked citizen says, "I would very much like to go home," and locks themselves in their cabins. The good news is you've learned the truth of the courtesy. Bad news is you've learned something you should not. Do I have new portrait here? Lamentation, new mystery, music off. Alright. I was gonna turn it off anyway when I leave, since it would have been less windy after leaving the House of Rod and Chains. And that's it for here, right? Bazaar's got nothing. Got more than enough fuel and food to make it over to the Empyrean. And that's it for Pan then. Pitipaltan. The princess got what she needed. Masked Citizen is done. So could just leave. Back to the Reach. And the rats want to go to Port Prosper, which I have to do anyway to get to Albion. Somehow didn't graze with the light. Oh, there's an undeparted around here. Those things are the toughest, just I can't see them half the time, so no point fighting them. Oh, that's a wall. Sometimes can't tell what's a wall and what's just foggy background elements. Like, that's not a wall. That faded out. Eventually. Monsters in the extinguishment. Straight shot in, the back to Reach. Is this Burrower again? Burrower, what are you doing? Cost fuel and time. Press on. Sky is wrong, not where you're meant to be. Is it Age and A again? It is. Oh no, that costs Veils to survive the Age and A. It's alright though, 39% is over 1/3. Failed. Lost 3 crew this time. Burrower, who have you taken from me now? Out of 12 crew, roll 3 times. Crew number 10, 4, and 7. 10, 4, and 7 means Spore is dead. Hino the Third taken from us. That's 2 Hinos in 1 day. Four and 7, was it? 4 and 7. This is a very bloody day. The previous days have been like 4 deaths each. And now this is 220. Pizza. Pizza is dead now. Then copy this and paste, bam bam bam. Spreadsheet expert. is an anonymous sheep. Whoever that is, you are a sheep. Wait, what date was it? It's 4th October now. But there might have been some passage of date. 4 October. I'll confirm it later. Check the records. Deliver intelligence, though the intelligence is always the same. Eagle considers me a convenient informant. London disapproves. Current interests. Achilles. Nothing in the bazaar. Maybe I'll take 3 munitions because it's cheaper. By 20 sovereigns. Repairs? Sure. Though I could have waited until getting back to Port Avalon for a quiet day, cheap repairs. Pick up an Empyrean youth. Youths plural. How many? 3 crew. Cool. So 3 more people to give new names to. Picked up on 5th of October. Oh, wait. 2 of the likely lads or lasses have died by now then. Pizza just now. When was the other one? No, Bacon didn't die. Bacon got his hands mangled and had to retire. Okay, these are checkpoints. Been more than a month, so can do the Uwu again. %75% chance. How are my mirrors so terrible this late into the game? Repairs already did. Port reports. And back to the Reach. It really is so bizarre. Amber Lane being on this orientation to get to the relay. Present to customs, nothing to declare, just some cheeses. 3 tributes and munitions. And terror down to 28%. Cool. So now that I'm back, gotta buy myself a cannery device and some actual cargo space. what I should do is put up some more money, and then buy the Watchers in Azure. I think that takes up a shield slot for assaying plus shielding. That way I could free up my auxiliary slots. What I guess you're fine though, there's enough slots for assaying, drilling, and cannery. But I could put the Watchers in Azure onto shield. And then what else? Bridge? See what fits on bridge? Cool stuff. Sloppy with my heat. I need what? 1 bronze wood or 2 for Port Davon? Port Davon, you want 2 more bronze wood. Get a fungal crinoline for leadbetter and stain rods. Crockery. You know how much I use or sell crockery? Never is how worthless it is. Hull repair, sure, that's what, 1, 2 hull. And then lose it, crashing into a Marauder manifesting in front of me. But maybe it's nice Marauder, and it'll finally give me a Mangonel. What do you say, Marauder? Goodies? No goodies. Just the goodies at our experience. That rocks a face. Got a nose, some lips, a mossy eye. So first off is going to be Circus. For Magician stuff, for all 10. Then Magician stuff for the Pernickety Factor. Then to Avon, sell some bronzewood. I don't have to do one, I can do that later. Avon could wait. So Circus and Winchester and Fort Prosper. That was only slightly on purpose. No weapon still. How many dice must I roll to get my 6s here? Well, technically my equal to or less than 4s. Still nout. According to the wiki, the condition has to be looting less than or equal to 4, but that's really anything you can manipulate. That's just where on the loot table do you have to be. No gun still. I think the reason all these marauders have to die isn't for the security of the sky nor for self-defense, but just for the sake of better loot. Still nothing. Next stop, Circus. And Boring Skies, since there won't be any marauders between here and New Winchester. Oh yeah, my terrors. Maybe I do want to stop by Port Davon to appreciate some amount of cider first. Listen to stories. But I could drop Terra here too, easily. Just pick up free tickets, then amuse yourself. I'll bring it down to say around 15. Because stopping my New Winchester should be enough to drop Terra 2. Immaculate. I'll take those. Takes almost all I have, but worth it. Very worth it. Already have the port reports. Then give me a small bit of food. And how many souls do we need as tribute for the Baroness? Doesn't say, just visit the Baroness with the devil. Baroness, London. Belongs to the old aristocracy, ruins of Palace Stable. Bring tribute, immaculate souls plural. Beyond that, nothing but the quantity. And right, Carillon first. Gotta stop by Carillon first. Then Port Prosper. But they aren't too far apart. Carillon to the east, then south past Mandolines to Prosper. Oh, I thought that was solid. See, it tricks you sometimes. And this is what? Port reports for Avon, Circus, and Ledbetter's, I think. So 300 extra sovereigns. Deliver port reports. 400. Only 561. Draining me. Oh right, I might need some money to actually buy the new equipment I want to buy. The Catamaran one is what? 800 or so? Engineering. Durandal, 880. Because it's butchery, but it's also hold. Winch pulley is plus 8 hold, I could use that. Cargo base 5. Of course, I could just sell stuff. Munitions for the chairman would be more money. 3 carefully packed crates. What am I not going to do now? T for Heracles. Only needs 1 more. Seeds from Mausoleum is a special. Maybe we'll turn around. Drop off 2 wood for Avon, clear up space. Get a bit of extra cash. Because Seeds from Mausoleum also gives what? Favors of the dead, the undead. T for Heracles. That opens up special stuff. Bombazine for Lustrum. Forgot how to swallow water. And munitions for the parsimonious chairman is just money. Could always use more money. So maybe what I'll do is Carillon first, then come back, then Port Avon, Prosper, out. And nothing for Carillon. Just Mausoleum, Achilles, Avon, and Prosper. Okay. What's a Carillon then? Right, the Devil. Devil wants to go to Carillon. Oh wait, forgot to drop off the Masked Citizen too. That's fine, we'll drop them off after we come back. Gotta come back to Winchester anyway to pick up the rest of the prospect stuff. Just means that the Masked Citizen gets to spend more time with somebody who was close to our mutual friend. It's like old exes hanging together to swap stories. Thought it was gonna get me. And the lamps turn blue, burn blue. The lamps on the interior of your engine dim, then flare again. But now they burn a stark electric blue, flinging hard-etched shadows against the walls. What's happened to the fires, Captain? A crewman asks. The lamp fires dance, as if a wind whipped them. Invent a comforting lie? Celestial vapors? Less than a 1/3 chance success is a good all-purpose rationale. Or snuff out the lanterns and fly in the dark. The lamps are watching. The fires are their blue, blue eyes. I can imagine that would raise terrors. But terror is pretty manageable right now. Snuff out or invent a comforting lie? They'll believe me surely. I'm their captain. I've brought the survivors through thick and thin. See? Like I said. The crew are mollified. Your explanation include many long, reassuring words. A natural quirk of the heavens, you promise. A year and a half out in the skies. Only time the lamps have turned blue. This is natural. Completely natural, expected, common. You're sure the lights will return to normal soon. For now, the lamps continue to burn blue. And do they burn brighter when you pass? Do the flames lean hungrily towards you? But the crew's fine, that's what's important. Still follow me all this way, persistent. Try to dodge through it. Ministry secrets. What can we get? More benefactors? Savage secrets. I got plenty of. Need 2. 4 of 22. Not just so much loot in them. Did you see those fleshets? Dodge away from the big giant target in front of it just to aim for me. Apparently those are specifically player homing missiles. Stupefied me so much I forgot what I was saying. Carillon Foyer, Port Report. Deviless, for my devil. Introduce a repentant devil to the presiding deviless. Use a full and florid title that appears on his visiting card. When the deviless is not visibly impressed, the devil says, I brought a small gift, a trifle you might find of value. He produces from his satchel a 3-volume set bound in fire, his own work. Some methods for the flavoring a soul to the taste of a particular judgment, she reads. She tosses a set on her desk. It huffs smoke. We are just a touch more modern now. It's a fine antiquarian piece, she adds unforgivably. But we find those approaches rather cumbersome. Besides, we need to appeal to the original owners of the souls. Offer them an experience worth paying for. Let him show how wrong she is. In its various gardens, Carillon punishes the souls at a greater requirement. Perhaps he would like to visit one and demonstrate how it can be improved. He adjusts this mirror to reflect futures, adjusts that blade to cut off the sense of smell. He leaves the penitents howling. Before you go, one of the penitents approaches with a note. Someone was here looking for the devil. The note just didn't make its way through official channels. The devil's become more ambitious. While I'm here, though, I do have to work on my own soul. Where could I heal? What flaw do I have? Fermented? Where's fermented treated? Fermentation isn't here. Checkerboard garden? No. Stunted grove? Is it going to be in the Bell Garden, which takes 1, 2, 3 clicks to get through? Cure fermented soul. Hooray, I'm pure again, and got visions and experience out of it. So many clicks in Carillon. More seeds. Alright, back to Winchester then. Winchester, then Avon, Prosper, then Albion. I'll be on my way. You know what, though? I could go to Ledbetter's first. It stings. Stings from how good it is, right? Whatever makes me happy, or worse and worse puns. I'm guessing that... what was that? That Scribe Spinster chose to despawn. The stuff I Ledbetter's first, because I got stuff to sell to Ledbetter's. Money... Burrower! Burrower, go away! Say no to Burrowers. Money is a little bit scarce, but got plenty of research to give. You see, Corpse Eater, puns are a lot like sausages. The best ones being the worst. You see, worst, as in like W-U-R-S-T, like the sausage. You see, the joke is... nectar, but no bees. So I don't think my stats are high enough yet to harvest honey reliably. So many hits. 94% chance success. Cool. So I can reliably harvest honey from these now. How did I miss the nature reserve? Guinea. Guinea. It was a lure of honey. Pulled me away from the entry. Headwind plus full speed. I like how so far there's always that same blossom in the exact same spot. But definitely am going to have to sell my several dozen of Sky Stories. Barrels of Hours. Capabilities in Quest for my research. Turning in, what have I got? Wings of a Bee for 300. You know what though? There was bees right outside this place. 2 sets of bees. I could kill one, come back, kill the other, come back, and that's 600. Hybris Pus for 300. Ants. Further 300, back to 4 digits. Fungal Crinoline. 300. Enough! For more stories. 48 Sky Stories. That's an obscene amount. There. To be fair, 3 and 2. Now, where do those juicy, delicious bees get to? You still hear bees. I don't hear bees. I don't hear bees. I don't see flotsam. Did everything despawn? Aww. Even the wind left. It became the wind napper. The things the game does to keep me from exploiting my local environment. Who are you fighting? Oh. The condition and the reach has degraded to such a state that there's dreadnoughts here now. And me without a marauder mangonel to take advantage of it. Straight on down into Victory Hall. My booty on the environment. My sea cucumber's too dummy thick. 200 dosh. Can't forget this time to drop off properly the masked citizen. Wolvesy Station, Ride of Liberties. The Takati pubs buzz with excitement. The development of a new Liberator-class locomotive is complete. You'd think so, that's where we see them. The new engines have already been sighted in the skies, often in the company of the smaller Takati scouts, which use them for refuel and resupply. You gather that they are sluggish and heavy, much more resilient than the smaller cousins, the scouts. A blistered engineer claims to have seen one in action, engaging marauders in the paths of traders would. Don't get round sight of them, is all he'll say, unless you like being boiled like a sardine in a can. Ambition, further Didax research. Didax? No. Gotta drop off the masked citizen first. They keep to their cabin on the return journey. The crew reported seeing starlight seeping from under the door at all hours. The jars accumulating outside the cabin painted a melancholy picture. The citizen has been steeping themselves in lamp after lamp of starshine. Perhaps a familiar captive starlight reminds them of times before you learned of the hypocrisy of suns, before you both grew the second mouths, hidden beneath your clothes. The citizen climbs, blinking from her engines. Our quest has led us down roads that are hostile to my disposition. Having learned of the forces at play, I have little hope of seeing our friend again. I don't know about you, but I intend to be drinking heavily. Good luck in all of your endeavors. Completed the masked citizen investigation. Search for Mr. Menagerie with Spatchcocker Meg. I could, except Mr. Menagerie is in Albion right now. Then is going to bounce back to Pan, then back to the Reach, so Meg could wait. Still gotta pick up the bathysphere for the Baroness first. So I'm gonna need 1, 2, 3 for Port Prosper, right? 3 munitions for the Parsimonious Chairman. Then 1, 2 for Port Avon. 2 more to complete. Cool. And away I go. Did I forget yet again? I did forget yet again to buy a cannery. That's okay. We'll buy one in Albion. Crinoline. Worth it. What is with this frequent welcome to chat room? Is that laptop or Twitch? Uptime is still the same uptime. Odd. Any more monitors? Around Port Davon as there tends to be now. Now they're hiding from me. They know that if I see them here, they are hunted. Note from Mr. Menagerie to the Alms World. Give me fuel. Buy cheap fuel. 2 bronze wood and penny dreadfuls. I think I sold all my books, didn't I? So might as well. Hey Wither, welcome. Turns out the stars hate us now. Been lurking for a bit. Then you know just how bloody today has been for my poor crew. Failed. Ah well. Only 9 sovereigns. Still cheaper than Mausoleum. Avon, get the port report. Then on to Prosper. You know, I wonder, because there's that Cuddles Comb right down below. If we're ever going to see the fatalistic signal man. In all fairness, I don't mean to be a meat grinder. Like half of those. Trade for seeds. Eat my fill. Like half of those have been a result of the burrower below popping up at the worst possible time. Maybe there were 1 or 2 that came from bad rolls of my own, but the burrower has been so exceedingly needy today that poor old gal just is in constant need of attention. And still no signal man. 51 sky stories. Then beyond the wraps, and straight on through. A true inspiration indeed. Naturally, I'm more fond of the cavies and the rats. And when playing Sunless Seas, Sunless Sea singular, I always tend to try to favor the cavi. But didn't get much cavi exposure in Fought in London, so there at least was rats all the way. Monitor. With nobody protecting it, I don't see any dreadnoughts. I'll try to be clever in my dodging. How many plates is this? 5 total nameplates. But just imagine if I had a mangonel. If I had a mangonel, I could snipe out all of the dreadnoughts as well. Situation 16,000. So should be able to buy. Should be able to buy what suits. Cannery, can't forget the cannery. And maybe some storage upgrade. Cargo space expansion. Messenger at the station, leave him be. Apollonian Cinders. Been holding this for how long? 150 sovereign only. Gaudy Widow. There. Now the East End and the West End are both maxed out. Now to sneak into the Windward Company with the Rat Brigade, who've been waiting forever for this. It's occasionally open for the edification of the paying public. Slipping away from the form a tour of the factory will be easier than breaking in. 300 sovereigns though. Hold on. Let me sell my guns first then. 360. They're pretty much taking all the pay of this prospect. The hour of the factory visit arrives. Your sleeves quiver with excited rats. But to the jostle of the gawpers, busybodies, stakeholders, and hangers-on, no one notices. The wrought iron gates, with their cheery motif of butterflies, swings open. A sharp-smiled Company 4 woman is on hand to lead the tour. Inside is an orderly purgatory of wheels, spindles, and great creaking looms. Steam, smoke, and the crystalline gleam of cracked hours makes visibility poor. Your sleeves squeak immediately. Find the LT? Oh no, I could have blown open the office with my munitions that I just sold. Force way in is 51% chance. But I paid good money to come in, I can't come back later. There are guards watching the workers. There are guards watching the machinery. Valuable is dismantled, disastrous is sabotaged. There are guards watching the upper doors into the private office of the company board. Still, they can't watch everywhere. After only a few minutes, you've identified the door to the LT's office. The little rat hole cut into the bottom of the door is a giveaway. Maybe can force my way in. It's a coin flip. It's marginally better than a coin flip. The best offense. Vilma has been devising a strategy for this exact scenario for months. Among others, I had difficulty sleeping. Sapping and sabotage are the order of the day. Albrecht feigns being caught in a mousetrap. Guards and foremen are drawn to attend his pitiable death sobs. Petronella gets to work at assembly line at a rotating saw. The air is quickly full of ricocheting nails. This provides cover for Cinders to rush the door, guns ablaze. She blows the lock clean off. Vianne scurries to attend the punctured guards and workers. Her care involves significant amount of laudanum. You are unlikely to be disturbed for a while. In the luxurious office in front of you, the parsimonious chairman and a small, elderly rat. On a pincushion, blink in surprise. The elderly rat blinked several times. Cinders? I was wondering when this day would come. His voice quavers, like an unfortunate flute solo in a school concert. My dear chairman, I advise that you do not move or even blink for the duration of this interview, or I suspect someone might do something unpleasant. The LT turns his attention back to you. Before you do anything, I have one thing to say. Listen to him. Cinder's derringer is aimed squarely at the elderly rat's face. The parsimonious chairman moves to add a half lump of sugar to his tea, but thinks better of it. The LT cowers before her. It wasn't me, he squeaks. Do I need names, Robbie? Let me see. I think I do. I do. Picked up 3 more crew at the Empyrean. And they are all bereft of names. Cinders blinks. You what? The words pour from him. I knew Sarge was up to something. Covert meetings. Solitary reconnaissance. He made the deal with the company. But there was a miscommunication. They fired too soon. Afterwards, they assumed I'd been in on it. They offered me everything they'd offered him. Yes, I took it. And I took your blame too. Never told, did I? Let you keep your memory of your dear old Sarge. Cinder shakes her head and cocks her gun. No, not having it. What blanking proof do you even have? The LT spread his paws on the table. I suspect the only proof left is in the vault. I'll give you my number regardless. I would ask you spare me till you've entered it at least. In her pause, Cinder's gun wobbles. Convince Cinders spare the LT? Maybe he shouldn't be shot dead. And if there's something in the vault that incriminates him, she could shoot him then, surely. Cinder's claws curl around the trigger. Her whiskers tremble. The LT pours himself a last cup of tea. 5 sugars. Bang! Several rats jump. The parsimonious chairman swears. Cinders has fired into the desk. Get his number, she says, between clenched teeth before scurrying out of the office. The LT takes a last sip. Let me come with you. The company won't let me stay after this fuss. I'll give you the number once I'm aboard. He leads you straight out of the factory, dismissing questions from colleagues with inventive lies. LT is aboard and 2000 XP. Carol Bradshaw. Carol Bradshaw. Adam. Is that Marie or Marl? That's a Marie, isn't it? And Marie. Messenger going to skip. Settlers. Is there anybody new? Not that I'm going out towards any settler direction. You want Ledbetter and Stainrod. And their time is precious. Well, too bad for them. They are going on a tour of Albion. Clock Tower. Did it bring anything for the Clock Tower? Then just fuel enough to make it to London. And out we go. But thank you, Robbie, for the names. As always, no contraband. Permits for first class. Not that it matters. The Bureau hates you regardless. Travel first class, travel second. Primary benefit for me is a free carriage drop when going through. So out, then down, then home. Well, not really home. What's the current stat spread? 59 for hearts? Alright, so one more level if I do take hearts, plus 5. Then I'll have the bare minimum to use a Wrath of Heavens. Bet you anything that I'm not going to see the Reclaimed Marauder Mangonel until getting the Wrath of Heavens. Nearing the work worlds. Game, you have that backwards. Ram attack. Oh, hold on. There I go, to the weft of unraveling time in London. Nah. Don't gotta mess with those just yet. Probably will, just not right now. The next station is St. Dominic's. Help the vagabond plot that escape. I probably shouldn't I? And finish dendrifying him. Silken Salon, do you take stories? No, you don't. You take gossip and everything else. Alright, Vagabond, what do you need? The Vagabond has managed to procure blueprints of the jail where Ratbite is being held, and is excitedly planning a pointlessly intricate scheme to get her out. It involves disguises, distractions, the extremely irresponsible business of hours, and 2 separate explosions. Or, could you use one of my 6 cryptic benefactors? A few words of the right ears are much less risky than the Vagabond's ludicrous plan, which won't raise his affection, but there are other opportunities to raise his affection and get a good outcome to the story. When you reveal your plan, the Vagabond seems deflated. I suppose it makes sense, he says glumly, scrunching up his heavily annotated blueprints. Ratbite's crimes are relatively minor. Defacement of property, impropriety, pickpocketing. It's relatively easy to ensure that the paperwork for her upcoming trial is conveniently misplaced. When you greet her outside the jail, she is half mad and half starved. You bring her aboard the engine, and order for her to be given a full meal and a decent night's rest. When she's recovered, you'll quiz her about her old partner in crime, Quivers. But first, gotta speak to my rats. You have the number, and the location of the Sergeant's account. Time to head to London, but that's so far away from here. The whole brigade are gathered around Cinder's nest of spent bottles and old journals. All eyes are on her. She pads over to the lieutenant. His mustache droops, but he meets her gaze. Here's the thing. I don't like you. I don't trust you. Cinder stands nose to nose with him. But you were given a number, and you've shared it with us. We'll see this to the end, all of us. Just don't try anything. The LT nods. Of course, Cinders. Cinders turns away. Vilma watches her with an appraising gaze. The Rat Brigade is ready to head to London. Well, as long as we're here then. Let the princess present the boulderized poem to Storages. Help the incautious driver hunt for the verdant fragment. Forgot all about that. It's gonna be 0%. It starts off at 0, and then builds up each time. Failure. The incautious driver spends hours sniffing at the air in search of a familiar spore, but to no avail. Could try somewhere else. What else is there to check out? The work world, I think? And where else? Perduance, I think? Is it Perduance? Where does he want to go? Journal should say. Settler, request. Completeds. Where's that driver? No sight in London. Well, gee, thanks. Not telling me where else to look. Look for the Baroness of Hell. Just needs one collection of Immaculate Souls. Alright, I can do one. Look for the Baroness. The repentant devil does not know her current address, but he is certain it'll be someplace formerly grand. You try the remains of the palace. You try a few townhouses that have fallen hard times. Then the repentant devil cackles to himself and says, I know where she will be. Hard to believe I did not think of it first. He leads you unerringly through the streets. It seems he lived here for a time not long ago. This was once the embassy of the devils in London. It is now a ruin, though still overly hot. You can see only a few limbs of the Baroness at a time. Most of her extends up the grand staircase and out of sight. The downstairs portions are plated, iridescent on black, something like a widow's ball gown, if it were made entirely out of beetle. The Baroness's children are sightless larvae, chewing on old paperwork. Observe the meeting. Someone sent an assassin after me, the repentant devil addresses the Baroness's downstairs eyes and her downstairs mouth. The plates of the Baroness's exoskeleton spasm. The rhythm is the rhythm of laughter, but the sound is the rushing of leaves. When she speaks, it is with the same desiccated quality. If I had the energy to kill you, I would have done it long ago. No, my old friend. Your problems come from very much another direction. They visited me looking for you. She turns her notice to you. It must be irritating serving such a master. He becomes intolerable when he's bored. Corrector, it's your locomotive, he's on your crew. Let it go. She might not appreciate nuance. She studies you for several moments in silence. Studies your silence for several moments. When you don't move or speak, she seems satisfied. So, what was their intent then in hunting down the devil? I said there was no point in trying to take him anywhere he doesn't want to go, the Baroness remarks, extending one limb towards the repentant devil. But she seemed likely to keep trying, so I killed her and kept her effects. She produces a bundle of things, clothes, a mean little dagger, and some paperwork. The bundle has been chewed on by the Baroness's children, but the papers still look legible. With that, you are ready to leave. What will you speak of as you depart the embassy? Dwell on his revolutionary tendencies? He was once an ardent Republican, in the better sense of the word. Or dwell on his ambitions? Of course, he could never have been happy to live with the Baroness forever. He's already got 1 point of ambition. Let's give him revolutionary. He speaks of his last fight with the Baroness. She did not wish him to leave or to join the Republican faction. The fight was lengthy and violent. He still has scars. Why do you think he had to grow his sideburns out? The devil has become more angry at the judgments. And 2000 XP. Oh, most of the next one if I keep rocking out these quest experiences. Account for the Rat Brigade. Open Sarge's account. The rats are ready. Haddages is no match for their tiny, squeaky resolve. Haddage's central office is a restrained Art Nouveau building, not far from the ministry. Its girders are curlicued, its ornamentation offers a tasteful nod to the clockwork court. Its palette is faded gold, like the afterglow of the sunset. Inside, dark wood furnishings, bronze wood countertops, and a comfortable chair besides verdant potted plants. Anything to make the customer forget they are dealing with something so crass as money. You approach the neighbor's clerk, introduce the rat brigade, and produce a relevant account number. The clerk's eyebrows raise. At Haddage's, we measure ourselves with the quality of our clientele, she says, sounding thoroughly miserable. This way, please. The clerk leads you through an interminable series of hallways, through offices, studies, and libraries. At last you arrive at a spiral staircase of wrought iron. You descend flight after flight, the brigades growing heavy on your shoulders. Eventually, you emerge into a chamber whose walls are set with many metal doors. The clerk unlocks one and steps inside. This is Sarge's vault. The rat brigade, silent. The rats follow you in. The clerk smiles. I'll be here if you need me, she says, no doubt ready to summon the guards, if anyone puts a whisker out of place. The vault is hewn from the very foundations of London. Mineral deposits glisten in trails along the walls. Iron girders support the stones, enclosing the space within it like a cage. Further doors extend for the central vault. Each bears a brass plaque with the name of a member of the Rat Brigade. In the center of the vault, a piece of paper rests on a stone dais. The note reads, in tiny handwriting, I'm sorry. Petronella door. Petronella is reluctant to open it alone. The door swings open silently. Good one on the hinges, Petronella says, her voice betraying a slight tremor. Come on. I've been waiting for this for... Inside is a set of miniature trains. A whole clockwork rail set, commissioned from Icarus and Sons, renowned toy makers. Petronella examines the set carefully, commenting on the intricacy of the gears, the detail of the antique engines. Then she leaves the room empty-handed, not keeping them. He doesn't get to clear his conscience with a bribe. Albrecht, I would appreciate the company, madam. Albrecht takes a deep breath and bristles his whiskers. All right, after you. The room is empty, but for a card on the wooden table. Albrecht scampers up the table leg and takes the card in his paws. His whiskers twitch as he reads. He squeaks excitedly, before remembering himself and feigning a cough. Excuse me. An invitation to a certain house in Eleutheria, suitable for rats of my persuasion. An odd gift, but I have always wanted to visit. And now one day I shall. Excuse me, I'd like a moment alone. Vilma, what's your gift? Vilma jumps onto your shoulder. Well, come on then. There's a merry gleam in her eye. The door is heavy, and creaks as it opens. Vilma sighs. Of course he didn't bother for the maintenance of my room. Let's see what the old crook left. Oh, hello. Inside the room is a little table with a silvery key and an address written on a neat card. The address is very fine indeed. Well, well, I may be moving up in the world. A house. Well, I suppose I may have cause to entertain a few guests in the near future. Vian, I am dying to get in there. I just want to know. Vian's feet patter with excitement. Could you help with the door? Sure. There are only two things on the dust-covered table inside. Who is this Aegine, Hino? Those are giant dragons that patrol the skies and serve as the mercenaries of the sun. The Aegine didn't even kill anyone directly, Rather, when they move, their wakes shift the skies in such a way that the engine tumbled and spun, and there were casualties. There are only two things at the dust-covered table inside: a velvet purse containing a few sovereigns, and a ticket to Palmier and Plenty's inconceivable circus. Vianne sighs, transparent as ever. I suppose it's obvious where Angel would go. She shakes her head. Fine. If the dead are telling me to bury the hatchet, perhaps I should listen. But I'm on a reform mission, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. She takes the ticket, leaving the sovereigns behind. Pretty much. Crushed by an engine. Oh wait, that's right. That was Hino the Third. We lost all three Hinos so far. Sorry, Ghost Hino. Angel? Sarge always had a soft spot for Angel, Vianne says, a note of wistfulness in her voice. Inside, gathering dust out of a small medicine cabinet, is a card and a heavy bag of sovereigns. Vianne approaches cautiously. She reads the card. This is the name of a very good trauma specialist in Magdalene's. The sovereigns more than cover the fee. She closes the purse and takes the card. I'll take them to him. I do have a duty of care, and this is long overdue. Humphrey? LT sighs. Do I even want to know? I think Humphrey, Christabel, Sebastian, and Seamus never survived the blockade. The room contains nothing but a casket. Inside is a moldering hamster corpse, and a deed from Lovelace and Fedlock, pet procurers. The LT reads the deed and snorts. Oh, the LT's name is Humphrey. Oh, Humphrey's the LT. Okay. It's been a year, so I forget. The LT reads the deed and snorts. This is supposed to be my grandmother. Turns out I'm a pedigree after all. He closes the casket firmly. Let's leave. Not like I can make any use of it. Christabel, our long-range gunner, died on the blockades as Cinders. Guess Sarge thought she'd make it. Inside is a collection of faded dolls and a bottle of wine. They're arranged in a circle, as if at a tea party. Christabel was always lonely, says Cinders, but she hated people. Sebastian, quartermaster, Albrecht's mate, didn't make it. Inside is a golden ring, and a set of expensive dishes, complete with several moldering recipe books. The ring has dulled. Cinders closes the door behind you. Best Albrecht doesn't come in. Seamus, navigator, died getting us off the governor's engine. This room contains a permit. It allows one-way travel back through the Avid Horizon. Cinders crumples the document up. Useless now, she says. Imagine, though. Imagine if you were following the truth ambition and chose to run away with your friends. Sorry, spoilers. But we're not going to take the route anyway. And chose to escape through the Avid Horizon. We could use this, couldn't we? What if you find your friend, choose to escape, set her up in camp at the Avid Horizon, then leave to explore for materials to break through? Then you complete the rat story, and find the one-way permit back. Is Cinder still going to crumple it? I think she would. Useless, except maybe not. And the door marked for Cinders herself. You go in if you want. I'm not giving the bastard the satisfaction. The door creaks open. True to her word, Cinders remains outside. Go on. Curiosity kills cats, not me. Inside is a battered insignia, 2 tiny pearl-handled revolvers, and a note. The note reads, "I'm really sorry." The reverse reads, "Take care of them." This has been scribbled out and replaced with "Look after them." This too hasn't crossed out. The final version reads simply, "I'm sorry." The insignia is of the sergeant rank. Cinders asks you to close the door behind you. Leave the vault. Another smooth level up. Cinders calls the squad to order. She mounts a stone dais, kicking away Sarge's note. Now, some of you may think this was a pointless endeavor, that all we found was a broken rat's regrets. Yes, Sarge was not who we believed. He was a right rotten sod. But did he destroy us? No. We're down good rats, aye. But the rest of us are still here, together now. How many years later? And that's all down to us. There was a chorus of ragged squeaks in the Rat Brigade. Right you are, boss, ELT shouts. Cinders grins fiercely. Sod, Sarge. We did this. We got back together. Grab what you want, then get back on the engine. She'll accept you. Captain's command now. Ratty reunion to work on the locomotive. Ratty reunion gives what? Hearts? 10 hearts. An affiliation establishment. Though the eccentric... Oh wait. I am stupid. I forgot to talk to the eccentric to see what she needs. How to get rid of Asmodee. How to get rid of Paimon. I don't have a chart to free her of Beleth. So I guess I could wait. There, and with that, before the level up, that's well over 60 hearts. So I can grab my Wrath of Heavens and slap that baby in. Alright, level up. So I'm good for hearts. What's the new facet? Do I even get new facets? They're all old facets. And lots of repeat facets. That's a repeat, that's a repeat, that's a repeat, that's a repeat. Only a quarter. You see, this is how many levels in now? There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels beyond this one. And there's like, what, 20 new facets or so? So we're only going to see an extremely small minority of them. Alright, so what was I? Did I come from Augusta Avenues? Do I have a coterie, a friend of poets and bohemians? Mentor, long arm of the law, to be a snitch? Along with some dear friends and acquaintances, you have formed a tightly bound clique of free spirits. Fighting the prevailing opinions of society stifling, you sought solace among the more congenial company. What shared interests brought you together? Wait a minute. This is by having affiliation Bohemia 2 or more. You can't save scum to affect what facets you get. But can I affiliation scum? 6 affiliation Bohemia. I don't think that's affected by these guys, and is it? That's 1 Bohemia, 2 Bohemia, 3 Bohemia, establishment. Yeah, 3 of those Bohemias are mine. So regardless, I qualify for the coterie. But what if it wasn't? What if the coterie was because of my officers? If I unlock a reputation-based facet, saw it with my own eyes, observed it, observed the cat in the box, and then exited, shuffled my officers around, and then disqualify myself from that facet, what would happen? A love of art, or a thirst for adventure? I think for this captain it is going to be a thirst for adventure. You are all captivated by the unlikely, the unwise, and the unnecessary. Why did they do it, people ask, of your latest antics? The answer is simple, because you could. 51 plus 16, 16 plus 10, 44 plus 2, and 53 mirrors plus 9. Bank. What else? Somebody finally wants books. And Bronzewood for Parliament. And what else have I got to do here? I got to take my devil over to the Wood of the Wolf. And the princess wants to go to the mausoleum. And my aunt also wants to go to the mausoleum. Taught to rat bite over dinner. The jails in London have a cavalier approach to provisioning prisoners. Once she's eaten, she'll tell you what she knows about quivers. You, Ratbite, and the Vagabond dine together. The Vagabond is laughing raucously, telling horrible jokes. Ratbite says little. She's gaunt, hollow-eyed, all sharp angles and scars. Quivers was obsessed with fairy tales, she tells you. He said there were some skylark signs scattered around the skies that no one knew the meaning of, not even the oldest skylarks. He believed they'd lead him right to the sugar-spun garden if he could translate them. She pulls a small notebook from her pocket. He left this with me. He'd collected all the undeciphered signs except one. Last I heard, he was headed to Ackley's to find it. So Ackley's to find, what is it, Quivers? You want the mausoleum? We stopped by the circus for the Navigator. But we didn't actually stop by the circus for the Navigator. I had to go behind the tents. I'm dense. Okay, so what do we do for Asmodee, the saggy ginger cat, his face scarred from countless fights? When you approach him, he hisses at you, his ears flat back. The eccentric shows you her ankle, livid with the Letisa claw marks. Asmodee is a ball of anger. As if on cue, there is a hiss from under the galley table, and Asmodee attacks her knee. You fend him off. He climbs onto a shelf, his fur bristling. There is somewhere he might feel at home, the eccentric says, reluctantly. But it's not anywhere I want to go. The White Well. In the Blue Kingdom. The things that were cast into it rage against her fate. Alternatively, you could drive him away by dampening his fury. The attendants at Magdalene's, it is said, can soothe the wildest soul. And for Paimon, the aloof, flat-faced gray, which gives a baleful look. He has climbed into a cranny under the ceiling, and won't let anyone near. Paimon is very governed, the eccentric observes. The gray cat watches you stiffly out of reach. He never plays. And he doesn't like it when well, watch this. She comes and sits next to you. Immediately, Paimon jumps up, pries you apart, and sits primly between you. He is aloof and restrained. Perhaps he would enjoy Carillon, where penitents submit themselves to stern punishments and endure them without complaint. Or, to drive him away, I've heard that at Ackley's one can buy substances that make fools even of kings and bishops. And Beleth will have to remain a mystery. Rats, you guys happy? Ratty reunion? The Ratty reunion are nostalgic today. Each rat is competing to tell the most gruesome story of their past exploits. The time they infiltrated Sweet Jane's banquet at Port Prosper. The twilight rendezvous in the ruins of Port Avon. The brief alliance with the parsimonious chairman of the Albertine Expanse. Limbs are brandished, scars are counted, wounds, emotional and physical, are licked. Kinky. Alright, nothing else in London? There's a Balderized poem. Currently at 26% chance. Oh well, I'll take the risk. The poem's not that important. Failed. Mr. Storage doesn't bother to take the poem into his office, but reads the entire thing in front of you. After the first few stanzas, he turns an exciting shade of pink. Captain, he says, cousins is not an appropriate rhyme for bosoms. This is the extent of his comment. Nothing else in London. What about Steam and Sapphire? Nothing. Bookkeeper. Trade gratitude for secrets. An unlicensed chart. I do need just one chart. Just one chart. To learn how to rid ourselves of Beleth. The gaunt black cat, always pushing himself to the front of the feeding time. Always sitting where people need to be. Beleth barges past you in the corridor. He has heard two stokers arguing. When he finds them, he watches, rapt, with the air of an ancient philosopher king. He is fascinated by their red faces, their bristling mustaches, their pointing fingers and clenched fists. The eccentric joins you. Beleth admires Force, he whispers. He would fit in with the floating parliament, where NPs pushed their belief into law using words and swords and procedures as nooses. Yes, the eccentric muses, I think he'd like that. And I know what he'd find intolerable. Dreams. Those dreams are the rules all change and your strength is useless. The roses of Caduceus could help. Achilles and Caduceus are back in Pan, back in Eleutheria. Magdalene's is over in right beyond Port Prosper in the Reach. Consider the situation. The eccentric is not always as she is now. Once she was something else, something vast and celestial, something masculine, something unknowable and inhuman. But she was cast into the tangles of Piranesi, and when she emerged, she was lean. She was the lean, diligent engineer before you. Her cats followed her from Piranesi. They are the vestiges of her old self that refuse to detach from her. Angry, isolationist, forceful. They are making her life, and the efficient functioning of your engine, difficult. Rid her of her cats. Okay, someday. So back to the actiony part of the game. Bronzewood for Parliament. Literature for the Avid Horizon. And then I'll have money aplenty. Parliament is all the way out here. And the Avid Horizon should be just beyond the Most Serene Mausoleum. So what I could do is go to Floating Parliament, hook around to the Avid Horizon, and then down to the Mausoleum for resupply. Resupply, and to do whatever for my aunt. Aunt and whoever else needs the Mausoleum. I think it's just her? I feel like somebody else needs a mausoleum. And I've simply forgotten who. So 3 books. 5 Bronzewood. And for my own benefit, Spitalfields Market. There's no fuel over at... what is it? Over at the Parliament. So I should overload on fuel first. And then buy myself the Durandula pressure canning system. Oh. Buy it to the bank then. Durandula pressure canning system. Cupboards, I can't afford. Be it cupboards or ratty baggage handlers, gotta make more money first. Then back to bank, because bank is more sensible while keeping stuff up. Bam. Assaying, drilling, and butchery. And away I go to the Parliament. Now with the Wrath of Heavens. I'll hunt that later. I'll hunt that later too. Food and fuel are a little tight. But now I am back to Apex Predator mode. Top tier engine, good equipment, now nothing can survive. And London is far too angular to trust myself with full steam mode just yet. shot through these rocks, then bear left. Oh, and of course the storm that speaks is right in my route. Didn't hurt me any, but it kind of wastes the fuel that I spent to go into full speed mode. Thinking whether it's better to just go quickly like this, because it's still, what, 125% speed? It's only plus 25 more if I full speed it. Too early? See, made it to this bump in no time at all. Before upgrading to the Symphony, would have taken what, 3 minutes just to reach that point? One little mosquito all by itself. More benefactors. Well, there are 2 of you. Well, there. Now you won't be lonely. What do we have? Permits. Because only what? 6 Salon Steered Gossips? Gotta rebuild those. And only 5 fuel. 5 fuel to make my way over, all across the sky. I think Avid Horizon only sells fuel, and that the Parliament and Brabazon are opposites to what they sell. Parliament's only food but no fuel. Brabazon fuel but no food. So maybe might want to stop by Brabazon first. Except I haven't really found Little Nice yet. It's probably right over here. Or maybe go from Parliament to the Mausoleum, then Avid Horizon. Because Mausoleum sells both, so that's safe. And 5 fuel to get from here to the Mausoleum shouldn't be too difficult. Sell my Bronzewood. 5 literature for sale. I've only got 2,000 bucks though. And I got plenty of books. Books I have a surplus of, so never mind. Okay, if I am to go to the Mausoleum, kinda have a smooth shot from St. Stephen's Gate through Tuxeed Point. Pretty straight, to be honest. And bam. Left at the Gentleman's Grave and done. Pretty sure that isn't a really thin wall. And even if it was, entry here maybe. Not all of London's endeavors succeed, as any London had ever succeeded. Gonna get hit. Missed it narrowly. Oh well, out of the way, out of the way. Oh, I got caught by it. Pulled into the weft. Escape from a grim ending. With an unlicensed chart. Losing fuel and crew. Remain in then. Give me a better scenario. Lose hull, gain terror, uncanny specimens and munitions. A moment of crisis. Moment of crisis again. If I remain too long, I'll become moored in a single time and have to accept the consequences. One more. Roll the dice one more time. Escape the distant future. Savage secret and terror and lose visions of heaven. That's alright. It is dark. You find a lamp and matches. The flame seems afraid, leaking only a grubby, oozing light. It is just enough to make out one of your crew ahead, staring at a black square on the wall. No, not a square. A window. You join them and look out to a barren blackness. The stars are gone. Hey, that's spoiling. Spoiling, we're going to find our friend. Lose 2 visions, gain 2 secrets, gain 15 terror. It's alright though. Nightmare's back up to disquieting, so it's no biggie. Okay, then straight shot in. With a mere 3 fuel to make it all the way to the mausoleum. Should be enough, because that's 3 extra barrels. When that's gone, there's still 1 left. And I'm pretty sure if situations were tense, I could use food as fuel. First Dreadnought kill this game. Supplies or cargo? Navartine gemstones, you see. Why you never side with London? Why side with London and deprive yourself? Free gemstones whenever you want. And if I was lucky enough to get the Mangonel, we'd be like 15 Marauders, not 15 Marauders, 15 Dreadnoughts in by now. Minimum. That's the real reason it's taken so long to grind money. No Mangonel, meaning no reliable way to harvest loot from Dreadnoughts. There's an old dead son. Alright, where is the port in this orientation? Normally it's here I am now. Shops, you want nothing, right? Right, it was seeds for the mausoleum. Forgot about that one. And I brought none with me. That's fine. That's okay, because I brought the books for the Avid Horizon. Still gonna make money. Nectar is easy enough. Now it's free. Nectar's free. You don't gotta buy nectar. Knave. Deathless Funeral is 100 sovereigns. Miser's Funeral. What's 100? Investigate the Chamberlain's disappearance. No one seems willing to state the obvious. The Chamberlain's sudden absence is a cause for concern. The Deathless frown on any discussion of the matter. among their servants. Night night, Wither. Enjoy your rest. But she managed to befriend a group of footmen over a game of cards. It's an issue that's been gnawing at them. With the Chamberlain gone, no one has seniority of the Sepulchre, and no one has permission to correct the clocks that go wrong. When I last saw him, he was ascending into the deepest vault, says one of the footmen, laying down a king and queen of hearts. We're not meant to go down there, so I thought it was odd. But I'm hardly going to stop him, am I? Inter my aunt, no. Descend to search for the dismal Chamberlain. It isn't long before your legs are aching. The vault seemed to offer much more down than the footman implied. You passed your last coffin long ago. It seems that there's nothing else here but dust and cobwebs. There are torch brackets on the walls, but no torches. At first you thank heaven you brought your lantern, but much further down, where the steps are crumbling away, you find the deepest vault bathed in harsh, red, unrelenting light. Examine the strange vault for a trace of the Chamberlain. With bright eyes and a cold hand on my heart. When you place your palm against the floor, it comes away sticky, hot, and red, as though you just thrust your hand inside a freshly slaughtered sow. The entire vault is stained with something, a sickness in the air and a wrongness in the stone. Blood-like, but not blood. You search for the Chamberlain for what feels like hours to no avail. Bright eyes. I'm pretty sure that means visions of heaven. And coldness around the heart should mean terror. There you go. 1 vision of heaven, and 51 terrors need 50. The walls part. A beam of moonlight breaks through. A gorgeously swollen moon hangs in the sky above. After the stale heat of the crypt, the cool air is blessed relief. The ceiling vanishes. The walls part like the curtain of a stage. A path of silver light unfurls to the moon above. A solemn procession marches down the moonlight road towards you. Most of the white-robed figures are bare-handed, but one thrusts a blade of black iron overhead. Another reverently holds up a stone goblet. For you who have seen things both wondrous and terrible, says a cupbearer, laying the cup carefully at your feet, choose to live beneath the light and mourn. Then she is gone. The vault closes back around you, more oppressive than ever. 1,000 experience, slipping further and further into a world that no longer exists, foreshadowing. Examine the book. How did you miss this before? From the name scrawled on the inlay in erratic handwriting, it appears to be the dismal Chamberlain's journal. The rest is written in code. You'll have to examine it when you're aboard your engine. With nothing else demanding your attention to the vault, you begin the long, torturous journey back up thousands of narrow steps to the naves. Gather 3 sky stories? How about 50 sky stories? Report. Now how about the princess and my aunt need stuff here? Find the Privy Councillor's tomb. Needs favor of the deathless. Approach the deathless. Can I get favor? Speak with the luminous cardinal. Bam, bam, bam. Have their favor. So aunt time. Wait a minute. I could use books to curry favor with more deathless. Don't they sell books right now? No, that's nectar. The books are at the Parliament. Never mind then. Find the Privy Councillor's tomb. Your aunt must define the final design for the unclear bomb. It'll prove collusion, or, she adds hopefully, provide exoneration. Someone in the mausoleum might be able to help. The luminous cardinal tracks you down as you make inquiries of the footman. His vestments are as pale as winter dawn. This way, he whispers. He leads you deep into the chambers of the mausoleum's heart. The hallways here are lit only by candlelight. At last you arrive at the narrow archway that looks out at the long spiral stair. The Privy Councillor is buried below. His funeral was ostentatious. He was accorded the second largest tomb. I began wondering. It is blasphemy. May God have mercy on all of our souls. The cardinal strides away into the gloom. Search for the design of the unclear bomb. Privy Councillor must have taken it to the grave. You walk forward into the darkness. The blarkness. Reaching out for obstacles. Your hands disappear before you as though swallowed by night. Your aunt vanishes as though she never was. You brush against stone as cold as death's lips, feel cobwebs upon your face, but can see nothing. Inch by inch you press on. Suddenly, a familiar voice splits the darkness. Are you there? I found it. Your aunt's voice is quiet. She sounds scared. She's found something. You find her by feeling your way around the curvature of the wall, back towards the center of the crypt. Your aunt is just ahead of you. Don't make any sudden movements. I found it. The designs? The unclear bomb. Your hands are on it. You remove your hand from the wall immediately. The Privy Councillor's tomb has been taken up with the dormant unclear bomb, the weapon devised by London to kill a son, the device to quench stars, drowning them in sorrow. Why is it still here? Why hasn't it been used? Your aunt tugs your sleeve. Let's get out of here. Slowly. Leave the tomb, not wise to linger. You help your aunt find her way through the darkness, back to the spiral stair that leads to the more welcoming chambers of the mausoleum. You stub your toe, and your aunt trips several times, but together you manage. We'll talk back on board, your aunt says, when you reach the top of the stairs. Her skin is ashen, but her expression is stern. And then inter her. Nah. But what does she need? Not a dispensation now, is it? Talk about the unclear bomb? You found it, hidden, in Her Majesty's Privy Councillor's tomb. Acquire a royal dispensation to get an audience. Your aunt looks up from an ancient, battered etiquette book. This is from my old school days, she says with a wistful smile. Her focus sharpens. We need to know why London colluded with the revolutionaries to build this dreadful weapon when we did, and then didn't use it. There were 4 people at the rendezvous. 2, 3 are now dead. There's only one person who can give the answers we need. Her renewed majesty. Your aunt barrels on. There's an old protocol we could take advantage of. If we had a royal dispensation, we could use a privilege of an answer to get an audience. The sovereign is behooven to answer one question truthfully. Royal dispensation. I could get it by completing the Brabazon work world. And I forget what else. There's a few other things that I give them away for free. I don't think it's a princess. But while I'm here, visit the prince consort with the princess. Use a favor or inspiration. Inspiration is very marginally cheaper than the benefactor. But I have 6. Call a favor. Sneak in unnoticed. A few words from your well-positioned friends to the direful chamberlain, and he arranges for your passage. It's no small thing. The guards clear the mausoleum of the general public, and then other guards clear the usual guards. These deaf, trusted elite don blindfolds, and each pull upon a chain around their neck, each revealing a small key, a silver key. The princess gathers the key, is examining the intricate filigree scenes they're decorated with. Oh, she says, this is the day my parents met. They were so young then. She turns to the first door, and chooses the appropriate key to open it. 7 doors follow, the designs of the door and the key alike, recapitulating the relationship between Queen and Prince Consort from those early happy days to his tragic death. As you follow the princess, the doors draw shut behind you. He lies in the center of the structure, mounted on a marble altar, caught in a beam of light, resting on velvet cushions. While the ravages of his illness are quite obvious, he's so well preserved that you can almost think him alive. At which point he coughs. The prince consort lives. It is not a life any of us would wish for, but it is life. Wash a farewell. Daddy, she says, rushing over, taking his unresponsive hand. I just knew Mother wouldn't give you up to anyone, let alone death. I have such terrific news. I am to be married, she says. The princess leaves a moment for him to gasp. He's unconscious, so fails to oblige. It's a perfect match. You are aware of the Devil who was once the Many-Mouthed, whose children are the chorister bees. It's him. It's a trifle complicated, I'll admit. We plan to maintain separate residences. He's trapped eternally down a well. I love him very much. Almost as much as I love the status I'll achieve once we're wed. Do I have your permission? A long pause is broken, only by the parchment-dry cough as the prince consort stirs. The princess bounces, taking it as a yes. Thank you, Daddy, she says. Send my thoughts to Mother. She drops his hand and almost runs from the mausoleum. An extra 2000 XP. So, Princess, we're next. I have to leave here first. Return to the nave. Ask the princess about the fact that she's marrying a devil. Don't be so judgmental. We could seduce the devil if we want. Or more accurately, he could seduce us. Not a devil, my devil, says the incognito princess proudly, rubbing her toes on the dead rug of her old self. The poetical suitor and the analytical suitor are trapped inside bird cages made of bird bones, wailing at the news. We must proceed to the Well of the Wolf, says the princess. It's not a wolf down there. My beloved awaits. Soon we'll be together. Well, not strictly speaking together, that'd be disastrous, but at least married. The princess takes your hand and looks you in the eyes. It's been such fun to go on adventures with a friend, she says. You'll give me away, of course. It isn't a question. Alright, so... Actually, hold up, I got more space. More space in my cargo, so I could purchase an additional amount of fuel. 5 food will be plenty, but 11's more than safe to get to the Will of the Wolf, then to the Abbot Horizon, and then probably make it back. Also need to go to the Royal Society, that's all the way across. Maybe Perduance? I forget, but maybe Perduance is a royal dispensation? I don't think so. Studying the Chamberlain's Journal. The journal is a frustrating document, written in both terrible handwriting and near impenetrable code. Much of what you can't painstakingly decipher is meaningless without context. Scattered phrases like chimeric moonlight, a golden day, and death in amber. Most of all, the same phrase again and again. The Martyr King's Cup. You study it through the night. It seems to offer no clue to the Chamberlain's whereabouts, but you feel on the verge of some other tantalizing realization. You can only translate fragments of the journal, mostly through trial and error. It takes hours. From the scraps you can decipher, you gather that the central subject is something called the Martyr King's Cup, which repeatedly holds the key to immortality. Why one of the deathless would need such an object, you couldn't speculate. The Chamberlain was apparently obsessed with the cup. He declares a total commitment to finding it, even if it means abandoning his prestigious role at the mausoleum. Granted, a glimpse of silver. You know what though, now I wonder if you could 1cc. Start of the game. Nightmares not alone. Middle of the night. Once again, you're muttering under your breath. It is best if you don't listen to what you're saying. Perhaps a distraction. Eat something. Food grounds you, makes it easier to sleep. Oh no. Oh no. I could reduce my terror by 50 and increase nightmares at the expense of eating a crew member? Should I eat a crew, except it doesn't count as eating crew? We don't cannibalize him. We have a very vivid nightmare, and then the crewman is found, dead, with no obvious injuries, as if he ate his life force or something. Eat the exotic if you had a cage catch. What is happening is that my captain is kind of getting unhinged. You are ravenous, but the food on your ship is not right. It is food for monkeys. Bats might be content with it. You are used to a different sort of meal, more luminous and harmonious. Keep searching, there must be a meal somewhere in these stores. Morning finds you in the holds. You've eaten some packing materials and defiled the actual food. Your stomach is distended. You have forgotten most of last night. That's alright, that's just... Hey, Koga. Yep, still in disguise on this 1cc attempt, but it's actually making progress this time. Endure. Drink. Endure. Endure. Success. But I'm wondering now if it's possible to start a fresh captain on a fresh lineage and then do Martyr King's Cup. Because we just got the journal, and I think there comes a point where you could choose, pay my respects, to abandon the prospect. I think it's only open to wealth and fame. Well, there's Abbott Horizon, but where's Will the Wolf? But if it's open to any ambition, if you choose to run away from, well, not run away, but surrender the truth, if one could hop from the truth to the Martyr King's Cup. I wonder if that would work narratively, because the conceit is that you receive the journal from somebody else in your lineage. But you can find the journal, and you can give up on the truth. Profit from having VA. Oh, you know, that would take so much. It would have to be a straight up audio novel series. So honestly, I'm not sure it'd be possible. There is dialogue, but there's also lots and lots of prose. Alright, who first? Devil. Devil first. There was someone he wanted to find, somewhere in one of these caves. In body, she is an older, even motherly deviless. She says nothing to him, though it's plain she recognizes him with pleasure. He, for his part, sits with her a long time, telling stories of the Iron Republic, of London as it used to be, a parabola. He talks away one might at the sickbed of a beloved unconscious patient, as much for one's own comfort as for theirs. At last he runs out. How did you ever reconcile yourself, he says, to giving up the work? She doesn't answer. Before he can go, she offers him a document on papyrus sealed with wax. Sympathize? Do not understand, she says. Once she was an unstoppable force. Or direct his rage. If he's going to be angry, let him be angry at those who have reduced devils to this condition. He grumbles. It is not useful to rebel against the judgment before. That is what produced this result in the first place, but perhaps he is moody and thoughtful for some time after this. But hold on. There is something inside the well, and the devils want it gone, and I have a 92% chance success. To get myself a cat. I have read most of the prose Koga, and that takes solid weeks, plural, to get through most of it. To have it read in voice acting, for one voice narrating everything, like Tim Curry reading all the voices, would be months of effort, I think. And to have it read back to you would be like half a month to enjoy the game. The devils trail you to the lip of the well, their faces wave with expectation. Just Tim Kerr at the top of my head, could be anybody. Something is yowling plaintively from the abyss, something mortal, and odiously off-key. You go on your stomach and lean over the edge, a hand thrust into the void. For a moment there is nothing, nothing but noise, nothing but the cold of the sense you profane something sacred. Then, your finger brushes against fur. With considerable effort, you extract a round-bellied, snaggle-toothed, long-clawed lump of a cat. The devils are relieved at your success, and insist you depart with the aggrieved feline as soon as possible. And now, finally, the marriage of the princess. The incognito princess is ready to be wed. She's the bride. She's ready. It's rude to keep her waiting. Once the ceremony begins, there will be no turning back. Will you be a model guest? Or will you interfere? It's a bit late for interference. An audience of silent devils and singing bees watch the incognito princess approach the edge of the well. She says her vows with a feverish delight. I have learned of those who prevent change, and how to thwart them. I have learned of sorrow, and will have sorrow no more. I have found the remains of my old self and destroyed it to make way for the new. And most of all, I have the most fantastic ring. She leans over the well further. I will be your queen, she screams. Will you be my king? A distant and incomprehensible bellow bursts from below. The princess takes it as a yes, and glances at you meaningfully. Sure, take the ring. It'd be rude to do otherwise. And potentially fatal. I do, segueing into screaming. She slides a ring onto her finger and says, I do. Then the princess slowly ceases to be. Her transfiguration into the Queen of Bees would be the sort of thing you'd recount gladly to your peers' applause and wonderment, if only you could speak of it without shrieking, if you persisted with a foolhardy attempt. It is possible that during your gasping sobs, you may manage to share some of the awful details. It is unlikely anyone listening would thank you. The clearest moment in the kaleidoscope of memories is your own response to the impossibilities before you. What did you do? Observed closely. Exultant in her triumph. You were very proud of her, or coward. I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime event, isn't it? To watch a princess transfigure herself into some sort of celestial bee to marry a devil. Gotta take in the details. You looked as closely as you were able to bear, noting how the skin splits when the flesh becomes divine, and the divine becomes incomprehensible abomination. Perhaps that knowledge will be useful in your work. The perhaps was a small comfort when the vision finally overwhelmed you. When you recovered, the once princess, now queen, was gone, and only your empty skin remained. It followed you to your locomotive, beaming, ready to serve. The incognito princess married her beloved, the king of choirs, the devil trapped in the will of the wolf. What will you do with her skin? Gain oh my goodness, 80 terrors. If I don't get a nightmare right now, it's gonna be mutiny. Is there any way to lower my terrors while I'm here? I don't think there is. Right of the rack? No, no racks. No rights. Bandstand, get some translating in. Watch a well song and translate. Vision of Heaven. No enigmas. Okay, let me get out of here. Get out of here before I added myself any further. I have to at least survive to the point of nightmares. Maybe I could find a curator here, blow it up, and tear a trophy off to substantially reduce my terrors. But I'm also short on fuel if I want to go all the way to the Event Horizon and back to London. 82. Just 82 terrors. Maybe a new nightmare will roll with the new day when it hits 12 November. It's not too complicated. It's not like Crusader Kings complicated, where you gotta consider like marriage and culture and religion and warfare and the various things that enable and disable all those relationships. Mostly, you are a crew. You have stomachs to fill, and your engine has its own stomach. That's two things. And you have the mental well-being of your crew, which is three things. And normally, it's not too stressful to manage all of them. You just gotta be cautious. Ticking 86 terrors! Okay, just gotta zoom on over to Avid Horizon. Maybe could have some tea there. Hour of the Wolf, Drink and Forget. Terror Fallen. Developing a taste for the bottle. When that taste of the bottle gets too high, I think it forces a nightmare on you. But 77% is a lot better than 80. I'll take it. The Graveyard of the Stars. Waste, what are you doing? A waste stretches before you. The stars that rained over it died cold. Oh! I've gone off map. Turn back. Still full steaming. Alright, I somehow ended up beyond the map. That's okay. Just gotta stick not quite on it until I reach some walls. Because the home office should be... I think that masonry is the Avid Horizon itself, which counts as a terror, so sticking with it gives me more terrors. Haven't been to the Avid Horizon yet, so Newport should also reduce terrors a little bit. There's a Scorn Fluke. I could also fight the Scorn Fluke. How's terrors now? Terrors at 81%. I'll risk it. Alright, substantially reduced terror is only a 69% chance. What if I fail? Success will substantially reduce your terror. Failure won't? Alright, leave it be. At least I got XP from it. Oh, that stair to the sea, that's not the home office. That doesn't count as a new port then. But home office should be coming up. It is along the perimeter of the map. Silly me, the boats would have been the giveaway. So Avid Horizon's coming up then. The thing in the mist. Do I use fuel to check it? Keep going. Except I think that also costs terror. 1 terror to ignore it. Okay, just 1 terror is fine. What's it at now? 90? 86? That rounds up to 90. Home office, where are you? Oh, it's back out again. Is it here? Is this it? Some concrete below, so maybe. Is this building? Salvation! A drop to only 73%. Home office. All of this to sell 3 books. For 500 sovereigns. All this for 500 only. Hungry traveler. Alright, home office. What is our story? What brought us from Z to Sky? The very edge of the high wilderness. The border between now and then, here and there. The skies and earth. A few lonely buildings of the port face the great gate of the avid horizon, bordered by 2 vast winged creatures, statues of creatures. The gate towers over the shrouded sea that divide the port and the gate. The other side of the gate opens far beneath the earth, on the bleak shore of a subterranean sea. London rested there for a while Her Majesty was indisposed with grief. A handful of years ago, though, she led an exodus of Londoners to the avid horizon and into the sky. You were among them. Do you remember how you came to this place? A memory of desire. Skies full of opportunity. Had you lived enough upon the Z, your appetites fulfilled and your curiosity sated. Beyond the horizon was a horizonless place. There was a sky more sunless. You took what crew would follow you into weirder waters, and turned your engines north. Her renewed Majesty had opened the door to the high wilderness, to establish an empire among the stars. You would find your place there. Weeks later, through the northern ice of the dark beneath the world, you reached the gate. Its statues loomed like giants. The door was open, and the space within was filled with sun and stars and light. And more importantly, is there tea? Port report? Port report, then home office. Take tea. It's all of 30 sovereigns, but I'll take it. A small terror reduction to 69, sub 70. I could take tea multiple times. Now I feel more comfortable. If only there was a Bedlam to head to. Pretty sure they have such a house back in the underground state of London. Now I think the closest equivalent would be Magdalene's. But tea makes everything better. There. A manageable 40%. Request from the acting senior probator. I could go all around the sky, interview people, to see if I should pardon the former courtier, the handsome aristocrat, or the nun. But it's always a courtier. At least for me it is. Cryptic benefactor, 500 sovereigns. Oh, you know, this is a very British game. Fail Better is a British company, though the writers and staff do come from wherever in the world. Like, I know one of the writers at least is Australian. But British aesthetics and I guess you could say satirization and critiques of Britishisms also feature very heavily. Prudent Observer, what does he want? Terror has fallen even further, and a vision of heaven. Cool. I think what I'll do is wrap up the devil, debrief him on Carolon. Yeah, I hadn't asked about all this. Gotta talk to him. And then give him 5 or 3 panes of stained glass, so I can't finish the devil yet. Alright, in that case. Eccentric needs places in the Reach and Eleutheria. Incautious driver, drive around Albion. Rats are done. Devil's almost done, just needs glass. You need to go back to Aklis. Aunt needs a dispensation. The skin of the incognito princess. The princess's cabin remains, a macabre memorial for her departed majesty. The poetical suitor and the analytical suitor, now freed from their cages, look with devotion at the skin that's slinking behind you. It would be an honor beyond all imagining to wear the skin of a divine princess, says the poetical suitor. No, argues the analytical suitor, I am the only logical choice. You must pick me, they say simultaneously, frenzied with need. Alright, impress me, poetical suitor. Mirrors by 10, affiliation Bohemian by 2. The thing is, though, I've already got so much Bohemian affiliation. Analytical suitor, a logical mind, would be safer with the skin, and she certainly has one. I don't know about that, they're both torn by the princess, though I could choose to destroy the skin. It won't get me an upgraded officer, but has its own rewards. I think destroying the skin is a more moral choice. And let's face it, while you do want the best officers to min-max things, it's not too big of a deal losing the 10 mirrors. You could end up with a good amount of mirrors on your own, and there's other officers to give mirrors. And now, with the Sovereign update, if you hit level 20, you can max out, or you could expand your levels up to, what is it, 10 each? 10 points each, what's its level cap? So you could easily make up for that. I think we'll go with the analytical suitor. Despite the wailing of the poetical suitor, you choose the analytical's one. She takes the skin, and the membrane moves to enclose her entire body, moving like a boa constrictor, tightening. There is a creaking of bone, and a sound almost like a pestle and mortar grinding flesh. Despite this, it's hard to be sure whether the suitor's smile is a grimace or a grin. In a moment it is done, and the exact image of the princess stands there. Exact, bar a single detail. Instead of the most wondrous pair of eyes you'd ever seen, out of the jagged holes in her face stare the panicked, delighted eyes of the suitor. The poetical suitor is bereft, withdrawing entirely from all contact. He leaves the locomotive at the next port without saying a word, clearly believing he has no future. When the analytical princess is informed of the news, they don't care. They care for little now, bar serving and smiling. 4,000 XP, almost to the next level up. And on that horrific note, I think I'm going to call it the week. And we'll see what I want to do for next week. I do intend to do this for at least like once a week to give my mouth a break. 2 days in a row is kind of wearing out my tongue, not gonna lie. And to think, Koga, you were around back when I would do this for like a month straight. A month straight of reading out Sunless Skies. That is masochism. Straight up masochism. But we'll have to see, because Great Ace Attorney is not going to be out till 2 weeks from today. There's a sale going on, a Steam sale, but don't know what I'll do. We'll see. We shall figure that out next week. For now, let me find somebody to drop a little raid onto. Once again, nobody is playing Sunless Skies. 4,000 followers on Sunless Skies, but only 4 viewers. But Sunless Skies used to be so hot. Used to find people to raid for Sunless Skies all the time. In that case, I think what I'll do then is drop a raid onto Dr. CDS. Dr. CDS, who normally has really cool stream. Later already, Koga? It's 4:57 p.m. Normally, I only run for about like a little after 4 p.m. this time. Maybe to 4:30, maybe not. Exactly, it's only 16:57. That means there's like 350 years to catch up with the timeline. But yeah, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging. Been a pleasure having you guys. See y'all next week. Enjoy the rest of your day and weekend. Several hours before midnight. Coco, that is true, but I have got to pee. I've got to like arrange when the test days for the exams I registered are going to be. So there are things I've got to do for once. Don't worry, I'll be back, I promise. So again, thanks for being here. Really means a lot. See you folks around. Enjoy your weekend.